This view coming to you live from the outside of the International Space Station as the space station is flying 260 miles above Earth. We are currently over South America, specifically Bolivia. The crew does continue to complete their depressurization procedures as we get closer and closer to vacuum. And once again, that next step after depressurization is to have the suits on internal battery power so we can kick off this morning's EVA. Procedures this morning did go nominally, so we are a little bit ahead of schedule, but we are tracking both Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore for US EVA 92 this morning.
Takes so long. It does. Like watching water boil. I feel like we both sound a little different. Oh, yeah.
This is Mission Control Houston as we continue to monitor progress towards this morning's EVA. This view coming to you live is from the International Space Station. Sort of in the center of your screen, you can see the Quest airlock where shortly you will be able to see Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore emerging.
It's still 2.7. Okay. Takes a while. Yep. Relaxing.
This is Mission Control Houston. Now that the hatch was closed a short time ago, then the depressurization of the hatch is taking place as we speak to meet up with the pressure of the vacuum of space. Once that equalizes, the crew will then egress to begin their day's journey. Everything is nominal as we continue preparations for today's spacewalk. This is the 274th spacewalk in support of International Space Station's assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. Today's spacewalk is expected to last about 6.5 hours. This is also the second spacewalk of the year and the third spacewalk for Expedition 72.
But you'll be waiting on us for a go, so stand by. When we're ready, we'll have you open the hatch.
Absolutely. Yep. Roger that.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are continuing to follow along the coverage and preparations for US EVA 92, featuring NASA astronauts and commander of Expedition 72, Sunny Williams, and flight engineer Butch Wilmore. We just completed a handover period here inside Mission Control and the International Space Station Flight Control Room as Flight Director Rebecca Wingfield and the flight team have settled in for today's EVA. So the International Space Station is with Expedition 72 that you see on your screen right now. Expedition 72 began on September 23rd, 2024 and ends in the spring of this year, 2025. The orbital residents will have continued to explore a variety of space phenomena to benefit humans off and on Earth, including pharmaceutical manufacturing, advanced life support systems, genetic sequencing and microgravity, and today's EVA. Expedition 72 crew includes the Expedition 72 includes crew that's up on station, which are NASA astronauts Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore, who are doing today's spacewalk, as well as Nick Hague and Don Pettit, who will be supporting today's spacewalk from the space station. We also have Roscosmos cosmonauts Alexei Ovchinin, Ivan Wagner, and Alexander Gorbunov. Now, this view once again is coming to you live of the Quest airlock. This is where you will see the crew egress in just a little bit as we kick off this morning's EVA. We will share the start time of this morning's EVA once the suits are on external battery power.
And open and stow the hatch.
And we are just standing by for that go to open up the hatch.
Handles software to unlatch.
And that crew lock depress is complete. We are just awaiting that go to open up the hatch this morning.
Hatch is open.
And the hatch is opening up as we speak.
And the hatch is open. Nice job, Sonny. Put it in the keeper.
All right, copy the hatch open and connecting down. We're ready.
We are standing by.
Emergency MPAD to go closed. And Sonny and Butch, we'd like to take your switch power to battery, stagger your switch throws, expect the warning tone. Up, stand by, I'm sorry. That's the way on the Butch.
Houston station on 1, emergency MPAD valve is closed.
And Sonny, I forgot to wait on that data pass for Eclipse to make sure everything's still working.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are standing by as the crew begins to put their suits on battery power. That will kickstart this morning's EVA.
All right, Sonny, now we are ready for you to switch power to bat. Stagger your switch throws, expect the warning tone.
EV1. To the back. EV1 power to bat. Put you up. I'm up. I can't get my switch to go.
Sonny, we copy your power to bat and waiting on Butch.
Power to bat. How are we starting the back light? Okay, Steve, you copy EV1, EV2, both power to bat.
All right, copy power to bat, and switch should display the pro and verify you have a functional display.
EV1, copy, functional display. EV2 functional.
Okay, on the UIA, switch power EV1 and 2 switches to off.
EV1 and 2, all switches are off. All LEDs are off.
Okay, on your DCM, disconnect your head view from your DCM and do that the way we've been training lately.
Okay, it works.
EV1 fuse disconnected. All little flakes.
EV2 is disconnected.
Going in the pouch.
And Sunny copy disconnected. All flakes and Butch copy disconnected. Install in the DCM cover and no DSU in the pouch.
This is Mission Control Houston. The crew on station and on the ground have followed the procedures to switch to battery power on their suits, marking the official start time of this morning's EVA at 6:43 a.m. Central, 7:43 a.m. Eastern. We are awaiting the crew to exit the crew lock. This view that you see on your screen is coming to you live of the Quest airlock aboard the International Space Station.
Of the umbilicals is in a good configuration for when you come back in and make sure they're securely.
Sure.
Right.
Which I think mine is a little bit loose because we probably have to move over when we come back in.
Okay.
For Butch, you can check the depressed pump angle isolation valve is closed.
It's closed.
Okay, on your DCM, temperature control valve to max hot.
The EV1 is in max hot.
EV2 is max hot.
Switch your water on and check DCM blank, no bite.
EV1 water's on, DCM blank, no bite.
EV2 water on, DCM blank, no bite.
Set your temperature control valve where you want it and let us know the number.
EV1's at 4.5.
EV2 4.
Copy 4.5 and 4. And we're ready for your suit T gauge.
EV1.
This is Mission Control Houston here in the International Space Station's flight control room at the Johnson Space Center. You are looking at live views of the Quest airlock. Depressurization was completed. The hatch is open and the suits are on battery power. That official start time was 6:43 a.m. Central, 7:43 a.m. Eastern. We are currently standing by for the crew to emerge from the airlock.
EV1, I think I'm just going to keep it like this for now.
And Sonny, we'd like you to check your suit T gauge again. We got a bit of discrepancy on the graph.
4.2 maybe? Just at the top of the green.
Okay, so 4.2. We're seeing
And I just...
a little bit higher than that on the ground, but I think that'll be our delta to work with.
Okay.
And we just heard that call out for a go to proceed for egress. We should see the crew emerging from the airlock any minute now.
Okay, Sonny, we're ready for you to open the thermal cover. Release the hook from the magnetic plate D-ring, attach the hook to the stowage tether point, and cinch the strap snug until it confirms 6 lines are visible.
Okay. Hello. Four, 5. 6 lines are visible.
All right, copy. You have
Disconnected to... We go to open the thermal cover?
You have a go to open thermal cover. Just going to pass you that.
And the thermal cover is
This is
open.
Mission Control Houston, and you do see that hatch door opening up.
Once again, we have confirmed as the sun still rises and sets.
A thermal cover was removed, and a hook was released from the magnetic plate D-ring.
Ready to go out?
And we are just standing by for the crew to emerge as they begin the 3 tasks for today's EVA.
We'll see you out there. All right. Troubleshoot. All right, I'm connecting my safety tether to 0554, the closed sliding lock, black on black, good test. I'm coming back to hook up your safety tether. I'm going to put you to the aft thing, closed slider lock, black on black, good test.
All right, Sonny, with that, if you could give us your load path, and we'll double check to make sure you're good.
This is Mission Control Houston. This view coming to you in orbital night is of the International Space Station's Quest airlock. The hatch is now open, and you can see Sunny Williams as EV1 wearing the red stripes emerging. That will be followed by Butch Wilmore, EV2.
I'm on the safety tether, which you're on your safety tether. I'm on it? Okay. Are you ready for me to come out? I'll be ready in 1 second. Okay. Let me get my logo on. Okay, my logo is on. I'm ready for you to come out. All right, here we go.
And Sonny, we'd like you to double check your yellow hook. Just one last thing.
Sorry about that. Thanks for checking me. Yellow hook, slider lock, black on black.
And Butch,
Oh,
when you get
yellow.
outside, if you give us your tether config.
Okay.
On your screen right now, you do see Sunny Williams with EV1 with the red stripes going through her procedures as she continues to emerge. And once she is all set, we will start to see EV2, Butch Wilmore, emerging from the hatch as well. And that is coming up as we speak.
I'm on your way, Charlie.
As our 2 crew emerge for today's spacewalk, the space station is currently flying 260 miles above Madrid, Spain.
Do a 20-second handover, so you hold your config once you get out, and let us know.
And there you see Butch Wilmore, EV2, emerging from the airlock. And we are undergoing a brief handover period between satellites. We will get images back momentarily of the crew continuing today's EVA, which once again, official start time for today's EVA, 6:43 a.m. Central, 7:43 a.m. Eastern.
Verify that you have the crew lock tag R on your BRT. And then
if you are just joining us, you are listening to live coverage of US EVA 92, the third EVA for Expedition 72, and the second of this year.
The large small on the D-ring extender. My left, or my safety tether, to the right D-ring extender. Fell down black on black. Connected to the aft ring on the hatch. Fell down black on black.
And there you have our views back after the handover. The crew continues to emerge and gather
Just going over the config. I don't see heck of lights on yet.
their items as they prepare for this morning's EVA.
Up. Your BRT and your mini workstation, and I see two reverse handles down. All right, I got 1, 2, 3 tabs up. I don't see the heck of light either with 2 lights on. Your safer handles are.
Once the crew is all set, they will turn on their helmet cams.
And I see one reel unlocked and the other reel unlocked.
You can hear Butch Wilmer over there doing some real-time problem solving with Sonny Williams as they continue this morning's EVA.
All right, Sonny, we copy that. 2 things. Butch, you want the rest of your tether config between where you're hooked to the airlock and where you're hooked to your body. So we need those 2 tethers in between. And then when you get that complete, we can turn your HECA's EV1 and 2 to on.
So the crew is configuring all of their tethers
Okay, which
this morning.
You're looking for? I got my left waist tether, fell down black on black. Right now I'm on the circular 506 handrail. My right wrist tether is connected, right extender, fell down black on black. What you needed?
I need the tether pack config as well.
And his yellow is also. Oh, okay, sorry. All right, my green is connected to the red reel, and it's fell down black on black. My yellow is connected to the green reel, fell down black on black. I'm sorry. I kept getting the yellows too.
Okay, those are good safety tether checks, good buddy.
And we are experiencing a brief handover between satellites. So this view coming to you live again is of the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. The crew aboard completing this morning's EVA, Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore, are configuring their tethers, and we recently just confirmed a good safety tether check.
All right, so we copied 2 green lights.
On your screen right now, you can see Flight Director for today's spacewalk, Rebecca Wingfield. Alongside to her right is Capcom or Capsule Communicator Will Vu, and our ground IV NASA astronaut, Stephen Bowen.
Go.
First attempt to.
As mentioned, one of the top priorities for today's spacewalk is the removal of the radio frequency group. Steve Bowen, who you see on your screen as the ground IV this morning, was actually part of US EVA 86, which was the first attempt at removing this RFG.
There's this little piece of, open it up for a second. There's this little piece of stuff that gets in the way here. There, try it now. There we go. Yeah, good call.
In the back row, right behind Rebecca Wingfield, is our EVA console, and you can see Spacewalk lead this morning Sandy Fletcher on console monitoring today's spacewalk.
Throw your crew lock bag on 8007.
807. Roger, in work.
And Sonny, your fair lead is airlock handrail 0500.
Actually, Butch, can you do it for me? You're right there.
What's that?
Just put my safety tether on 0500. It's not coming out yet.
This is 0505 here. 00 might be a little higher.
Yeah. Okay, there we go.
Yep.
All right, back here. Light on 0500, it's pretty high. Coming across.
You are looking at live views of the 2 crew members completing today's EVA or conducting today's EVA. They are currently translating over to the work site on external stowage platform number 2 to begin their radio frequency group work for this morning's EVA.
All right, just a warning here. Avoid contact with the RFG and MOD strikes with sharp edge concerns near the ACTRA, near the NGGLs.
You too.
Coming into your view right now is Sunny Williams with the red stripes and otherwise known as EV1.
Do not exert more than 7 pounds into the high gain antenna. Minimize loads into the low gain antenna. Avoid the white paint on the radio frequency group and minimize loading into the fat base of the clamshell.
The International Space Station is currently 260 miles above Earth, flying over southern Russia.
And Sunny, when you get out there, you have a go to remove the quarter turn fasteners.
Okay. I've got 3 quarter turn fasteners on the front face undone.
All right, and then you also have the ones on the stanchion side if you can get those.
2 quarter fasteners. Yep. 2 quarter fasteners on the stanchion. Undone.
That sounds right. So you have a go to translate to ESP2 with 5. Butch, when you get that bag stowed, you can verify the 3-stage long wire tie on the clamshell is fully installed.
Okay.
And I am at first spot, putting the APFR in the correct position that it will go in. This 12 Papa Lima. May I see the robotic arm?
Hey, Sonny, we're configured, ready to GCA to the published, which is going to be about 2¼ meters station aft.
Okay, that sounds great.
And Steve, before we start that, just want to make sure you got all the comm outs you need.
All right, give me one last second. Just Sunny verifying is 12 Papa Lima 6 to install that APFR. And Butch,
Yes, sir.
you have a go to release.
Papa message.
Copy, Sunny.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are about 22 minutes into this morning's spacewalk. The crew is approaching the radio frequency group worksite.
And then check the clamshell for snugness and port that. And with that, Nick, you have a go.
Okay, copy that. Thanks, Steve. Okay, Sonny, we're going to start the GCA. Going to start motion station aft, 2¼ meters.
Okay, station aft.
Motion.
I seem good motion.
Copy, good motion. Okay, you got about another meter to go, Sonny.
Sounds right. Seems good, Nick. Coming.
Another half meter.
I'd say you can start ramping out in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, we have stop motion.
I think this is a good position. GCA complete.
See that? Brakes are going on.
This is Mission Control Houston. You can see in front of your screen right now Sunny Williams, who is getting ready to install a portable foot restraint on the Canadarm2 robotic arm. The robotic arm is being operated from the interior of the space station by NASA astronaut Nick Hague. EV1, or Sunny Williams, will take the portable foot restraint and install it onto the robotic arm as I just shared, and then ingress the foot restraint and move to her work site for the RFG, or radio frequency group work.
Okay. I'm ready to the APFR. Connecting the APFR.
And you can see the view from Sunny's helmet cam right now, Sunny Williams' helmet cam right now, as she continues her work to translate over to her work site for the RFG repair and removal and replacement.
Yeah. Another one of these, I'm having a hard time turning.
I had a hard time with the whiff down at the bottom there.
Yeah. Gonna get to the black on white for the release.
Okay. We've got a good view. We'll be watching. Yeah, if you need to BRT to get some more leverage, we got plenty of time.
Yeah.
What do you got next for me, Steve? You want to go to the backside, get these switches?
Yeah, once you get the fasteners done, then the Velcro release.
Quarter turns?
Yep. Once you get those three done, verify the Velcro seam is released, and verify the cables P1, P9, J1, and J9 are configured.
Oh. Which I might need your hand over
We
here.
are about 27 minutes into this morning's EVA, slightly ahead of schedule.
Like the first.
This view coming to you live is from Sunny Williams' helmet cam.
Okay.
She is working to install the portable foot restraint on the Canadarm2 robotic arm so she can translate over to the RFG worksite. So far this morning, everything is going as planned, and as I just shared, we are slightly ahead of schedule.
Yeah, let me get the ret ready to hold the MLI back. I've got it on the handrail, Fran handrail, and ready and staged. I'll go around there now. Yeah.
Yeah, take your time. We got plenty of time. And Sonny, don't wear your hands out trying to twist that thing right now. Might want to get a little more stable. Oh, I see a little bit of movement now.
Yeah. Get it halfway there, but not all the way there.
If you could get two hands on it, you can try and turn it and cycle the paddle at the same time. But I don't know if you're BOT yet.
Match your feet, Sonny.
Okay. Under, let's see where you are. Let's see. I can move.
What is it you need?
Okay, quick. I'm tethered to the APFR. I've got my base tether on that handrail right there, just FYI.
On the left side of your screen, you can see the end effector of the Canadarm2 robotic arm.
Okay.
Got the arm right behind you. You see it.
Hello.
That defector is where Sunny Williams will install the portable foot restraint to take her to the RFG worksite. The main person in view of your screen right now is NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore, and to the right is Sunny Williams.
Okay.
Once again, Sunny Williams is in the suit with the red stripe, and Butch Wilmore is in the suit with no
Go all
markings.
the way to that white, or the yellow. It's stiff.
Real stiff.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
You bet. Teamwork.
Yep. Awesome.
Thank you, Butch.
Yes, sir. I think I'm ready to pick up the crew lock bag, correct, and move over?
Yeah, that is your next step. Pick up the crew lock bag and move on over.
Okay.
The port side of the sassafras EST2 aft corner. Stow that bag on the sassafras handrail aft of the stanchion facing the FHRC or any adjacent handrail.
Okay.
They got a good twist and pull test on the APFR. It is installed.
All right, you see black on black, and just double check the pitch knob is locked and can be depressed.
And you just heard that call out from Sunny Williams. The adjustable and portable foot restraint has been installed to the robotic arm. This will help EV1 or Sunny Williams translate over to the RFG worksite.
So I think we're ready for your safety tether swap.
In work.
And as you give us that, just so your SA, we want your green hook ultimately to be on EST2 handrail 8011.
Okay, the green hook is locked on my red reel. I'm going to disconnect my yellow hook from the green reel and put it on the robotic arm.
Handrail tether point on the SSRMS.
You can see that portable foot restraint being installed on the robotic arm on your screen right now by EV1 or Sunny Williams.
Black on black.
Short handover, and I'll pick up the other side.
And you are looking at the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. We are experiencing a temporary handover between satellites, so that view from the space station and today's EVA will be back momentarily. Once again, we are about 33 minutes and counting into this morning's EVA, which begun at 6:43 a.m. Central, 7:43 a.m. Eastern.
We're back with you if you can give us your tether config.
And I see just for just a second. And hook is going on 8011.
8011. And you can unlock the green reel once you got up there.
And the green reel is coming unlocked.
I think what we're missing
Unlocked.
is just double checking your yellow hook, gate close hook locked.
It close hook lock on the yellow reel connected to the handrail on the SSRMS.
All right, that's good news. And just verify your tail wheel and cable are clear of the RFG removal path and ingress to APFR.
Okay, they're clear. Ready to ingress.
And Bush, how you doing back there?
Sunny Williams is getting ready to ingress on to the adjustable foot restraint and get on the robotic arm to translate over to the RFG worksite.
Yeah, I've got my waist tether and my logo on the seat. In. I suggest Steve to keep the ingress aid lower with me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's up to you, but you can use it to get in, make sure it's in a good position. You can push it down and tuck it in tight.
Okay.
Yeah, I see your hand on it now.
This view coming to you live is from the helmet cam of EV1 or Sunny Williams. Williams is ingressing onto the portable foot restraint, and you can see that happening live in front of your screen right now. Once on that foot restraint, we will receive the go for the robotic arm to take her over to the radio frequency group worksite.
It is good news.
All right, we'll just need a glove and half check sometime in the next...
We are standing by for that go for the Canadarm2 robotic arm to take Sunny Williams over to the RFG worksite.
It's all cleaned up, and I'll give you some more guidance there when you're ready.
The robotic arm is being operated from inside the space station by NASA astronaut Nick Hague.
You take a glove to hat.
I'll give you some words before we turn it over. All right, we need you to, once you get the port passengers released, roll up the MLI, connect the small hook to the inner stanchion of the starboardmost and spare SSRMS joint ram handrail, and the large hook on the large small ret to the RFG MLI tether point, and then just do a baseline inspection of the paint, and we'll get that after we get our compact, and verify the MLI velcro near the wedge clamps is open. With that, Nick, I think we're ready. You and Sonny.
Okay, copy. Thanks, Steve. Sonny, are you ready for me to do the manual back off?
I am ready for manual back off. Nick and Don.
And you heard that call for manual backoff, meaning that Nick Hague, from operating the robotic arm from inside the space station, will begin operating the robotic arm to back Sunny Williams away to take her to the RFG worksite for this morning's
Sonny, I'm
EVA.
going to take you station forward, that 2 1/4 meters.
Okay, station forward. I am ready. GTA. That motion. Is there good motion? See good motion?
Okay, good motion.
And that robotic arm is in operation with Nick Hague operating it from inside the space station, taking EV1 or Sunny Williams over to her RFG worksite. For those of you just joining us, EV1, worn with the red stripes, is Sunny Williams, and EV2 with no stripes is Butch Wilmore. That robotic arm slowly backing away. Good views coming in of NASA astronaut Sunny Williams on the robotic arm headed over to the RFG or Radio Frequency Group worksite.
Steve, you can have the combat now. I'm going to configure for the JOCO.
Yeah, copy that. And Butch, we told you it was going to be tight back there. It'll get a little tighter once you get in position to help Sunny out here in a few minutes.
And once again, for those of you who are just joining us, RFG removal is a top priority for this morning's EVA.
And Butch and Sunny, we're going to take your Hector's light, your Hector cameras off from the ground. No issues for you. We'll get back to you when they come back.
You on copy?
Copy, Steve.
Sonny, we're configured to take you to the intermediate point. It's a 2-minute JOCAS.
Okay, I'm ready.
Motion.
Good motion?
Motion.
There you see that robotic arm operated by Nick Hague, who is inside the space station, moving Sunny Williams over to the Radio Frequency Group worksite. Things are going nominally this morning as we are 42 minutes and counting into this morning's spacewalk. Spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk number 92. We are in orbital night right now as the space station is flying over the Pacific Ocean just north of Australia.
Feel the ramp out?
We're in position hold. Stand by while we reconfigure to get you to the RFG back off.
I can't touch anything, Steve, to get down and see anything.
And we are on a hold right now as we reposition the robotic arm to get Sunny Williams over to her work site.
It's in my life set. The cables, the J9, F9, whatever they are, they're out of the way.
Good.
I don't see any flaking.
That's also good. Yeah, so when they get done with this next OCAS here in a few minutes, you need to be in a good position to give her clearance.
In your view right now is NASA astronaut Sunny Williams taking a Thursday morning ride to her work site.
I am working on that, sir. You bet.
Let us know how that view is if you get a chance to stick your head in there and take a look.
If I can. It's the issue.
Can you see the wedge clamp, or is there still MLI on?
I can't see. I got to go back around to the front to see that.
Yeah.
And Sunny, we're configured. It's going to send you to the RFG aft back off position.
Okay, I'm ready for the RFG aft back off position.
Starting motion.
Okay. Motion.
That's a good motion.
I see you.
I see you too.
Butch Wilmore is already at the RFG worksite, and he's just waiting on his counterpart, Sunny Williams, as she makes her way there to begin the third attempt on the removal of the radio frequency group for this morning's EVA. On the bottom right side of your screen, you can see some movement over there. That is Butch Wilmore. And on the top, translating on the robotic arm using the portable foot restraint, we have Sunny Williams. They are both meeting up to begin work on the radio frequency group.
Yeah, there's the TV.
Okay, Sunny, that's the aft back off position. Stand by while I can reconfigure.
And you can see Sunny Williams on the top of your screen there, capturing some images of the work site.
Sunny and Butch, we're going to be bringing your tacos back on. Sunny, take your time on this GCA. We got plenty of time. Just give yourself the opportunity to get in good position, and you can optimize it as you need to. And Butch, hopefully you'll be in a good position to help her out.
I hope so too.
Copy that, Steve.
And we are about 15 minutes ahead of schedule this morning.
Yeah, I was going to take pictures of the challenge.
And you can see the crew who are at the work site before they begin removing several quarter turn fasteners. They are inspecting and grabbing some imagery.
That's all I got. Wow. No other spot.
Well, if you can't get your BRT in there, you might take your other waste tether and see if you can get yourself in a good, stable position so you can use two hands to help out.
Yeah, I will. I cannot get the BRT in, though.
Yeah, we copy that, Bush. We knew it was going to be tight.
In your main view right now is Butch Wilmore. You can see him getting ready to begin some work on the RFG worksite as well. The pair will work on this removal together.
Trying to see how much RTV on it. It looks like it's just on the end, not around the whole bolt.
That might be reassuring. We'll see how easily it comes off. If it's not around the bolt itself, that's probably good news.
Looks like a bunch of little Kilimanjaros with a little snow cap on them.
I don't think it's been snowing up there, but that's good information.
Hey, Sonny. Okay, so we got the arm configured. Steve, whatever words, we're going to start GCA here shortly.
That sounds good, and you guys are good to go. Just take your time, lean back, and get yourself in a good position, and Butch, help out where you can. Good.
Yep.
Okay, Sonny, so this first GCA that published is 1.75 meters body forward.
Okay, that's definitely going to need that.
Okay, so we'll start there.
Yep, sounds good. Data published.
Okay, starting motion.
Motion.
Copy, good motion. Another 1.25 meters to go.
Yep, good. Got a good view of the stuff plate. I got a good view of the hip extender and the ram. And of course the high gain antenna.
Yep, copy that. You own clearance with you and your body. I've got everything from the boot plate down.
Roger that. Just got the sock, pump it out.
Yes, I can't see underneath.
Yeah. I can direct your hands. Doing the GCA.
Another 0.5 meter to go.
Down one right where your fingertips probably are.
5 centimeters.
I'm going to have you stop there, Nick, when you stop at the published.
Okay, that is 15 short of published. I stopped just on your word stop, so
Sorry.
I keep going in.
Yeah, keep coming in. We're going to have to figure out, we're going to have to do a handoff. Jimmy, coming in to publish.
Okay, start motion. Centimeters.
Actually, actually looks really good. Have to keep coming in.
Okay, that's published.
Okay, I think I'm going to need at least 30 more in, but let's take 20 in, see how that goes.
Okay, copy 20, body in.
Body in.
Starting motion.
All 5 of them.
Okay, that's 20.
Okay, I think I'm going to need another 15 in. I'll be all right. I just got to watch my head here.
Yep. It's clear right now.
Yep, 15 in, and I can leave to the left.
As we approach the 1 hour mark of this morning's
Yep, lean
EVA,
back.
on the left side of your screen,
15
you can
in.
see Sonny
Yep.
Williams,
Start
and on the right, you can see Butch Wilmore. The two are in front of the radio frequency group worksite, beginning some of the work for this morning.
motion. 15.
Another 15.
Any room on your head?
Yep.
Okay, another 15.
I can't see your feet.
Motion.
Got my feet. Motion.
That's fine.
Okay, there's your 15.
Okay, I think I'm going to need,
You can come up.
maybe up just about 10 centimeters.
Plenty of room.
Okay, I'm going to take you toward your head, body up 10 centimeters. There's motion.
Okay, feel good motion.
That's 10 centimeters.
Okay, let me lean in and see what I can get to. I can get to you.
Got plenty of room on your head.
Okay, I think another 10 up. 10 body up.
Okay, 10 body up. Starting motion.
Clear.
Then 10 more in after that.
There's 10 up.
Okay, how about 10 more in?
I'll be taking you 10 body in. Okay, that's 10 body in.
Okay, so I've got my hands easily on starboard, outer, inner, and though the port ones are a little bit harder. Can you go body left? How does that look?
Yeah, so as long as you can clear your plus, your shoulder, your helmets, I can take you left. There's clearance with the arm.
Okay.
You're close, but you've got some room.
Yeah, probably about left 5 centimeters.
Okay, copy left 5. Starting motion. That's 5 to the left.
Okay. We should try it.
Bit's right here.
Okay. It has a tether on it.
It does.
Wiggle brakes on.
Okay, copy. You want brakes on?
Brakes on, let's try it.
If brakes on, GCA complete.
GA complete, and Sonny, you have plenty of time to maneuver as you need to. You need to both prep the trash bags for the RTV removal. Butch, you should get in a good position for retrieving the RTV, so you can put it in your trash bag if needed. And when you're ready, you can pass the Miranda Nelson sock puppet to Sonny, so she can get that on and let us know how you're doing.
He's got the sock puppet. She's trying. He's working it.
And little flakes of it coming off. The little piece.
So you get the Velcro actually on the RTV. That's the ultimate design, but hopefully it comes off even without that.
I'm trying.
Yeah, you can pull that sock puppet all the way up your hand. And Sonny, watch your right hand to avoid the sharp edges on the bulkhead.
This view is from Sunny Williams's helmet camera. You can see her wearing an additional protective layer over her glove as she begins to remove the rubber applied to the bolts on the aft wedge clamps.
I'm trying to stay away.
These bolts are some of the bolts that have been held stubbornly in place during the last two EVAs. As mentioned, the radio frequency group removal is the top priority for this morning's EVA.
Yeah, looking at the sock puppet, like I said, you can actually get it all the way down your hand, and that might give you a little purchase at the end if it's not fully opened. And then try and get the Velcro onto the things. I'm not sure where that is on the. That looks good.
See, the Velcro's on my palm when I do that.
Okay. Whatever you can do,
See
just
what I'm
let
saying?
us know what works.
All the way up.
Is it coming off at all, or is it just coming off the flakes still?
Flakes not all around.
We'll just need to get it small enough to get a bolt head over the ratchet wrench.
Yeah.
Cleaned off enough, you might be able to test the ratchet and see if you can get it over the bolt head. If it's just on the end.
Good morning from the International Space Station's Flight Control Room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center. We are just over an hour into this morning's spacewalk. This view coming to you live is from NASA astronauts Sunny Williams's helmet camera. The two crew that you see on your screen are continuing work on the radio frequency group.
Stick your fingers in, and the sock puppet Velcro is not at the end; it's in the middle. Makes it a little bit not optimum. I'll just say that.
Suboptimum. Good word. I understand.
A mariner, yes, you must.
And
I say let's try the needle nose pliers.
all right, so you're going to go to the needle nose, and remember, if you can get it cleaned off enough, and that socket will fit onto the bolt head, that's really the goal.
Exactly. That's why I'm just hoping I can get the top parts off. We can probably hopefully get the socket off.
That sounds good. And we're in no hurry, so take your time, and I'll try to stop babbling here.
Yeah.
You can hear Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore communicating with Ground IV. This morning's Ground IV is NASA astronaut Steve Bowen.
It's the silent.
Steve Bowen does have 10 EVAs under his belt, including US EVA 86. USA EVA 86 was the first EVA, or the first attempt at removing this same RFG, or radio frequency group. That took place about 2 years ago.
A piece got away.
It's a black marking for the when you mark it how much it's supposed to be turned.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
As we approach orbital daylight, you can see some of that glare on the screen in front of you right now from the helmet camera.
It's coming off in little pieces.
You got plenty of time. Save your hands. Just do it as you need to.
Just sort of scraping it off the bolt head. They're not going to catch all these little pieces, though. They're coming off in like little pieces. So
That's understood and accepted.
The pair of feet that you see dangling in front of you right now aboard the International Space Station's radio frequency group work site are of NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore, and to the left of him you can see the suit with the red stripes, and that is Sunny Williams.
Starboard 2 was cleaned up enough we could try it with the ratchet. Let me just...
And there Sunny Williams is removing the MLI.
I think keep trying to clean them. Let's get that done.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm working on my left hand.
With just about 1 hour and 4 minutes into this morning's spacewalk.
The MLI there a second ago, they look pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great view. Thank you.
The third.
And we have another quick handover coming up. Keep up the good work.
Just rubbing the needle nose.
And we are currently going through a brief handover period between satellites. On your screen, you see the flight control room here at the International Space Station Flight Control Room at the Johnson Space Center. Rebecca Wingfield is our flight director this morning. And to her right, capsule communicator Will Vu. And to his right, NASA astronaut Steve Bowen, who is our ground IV. Steve Bowen actually helped to develop some of the updated tools that are being used in this morning's spacewalk for the radio frequency group.
And Sunny, we're back with you. We don't have cameras yet, but just let us know how it's going.
Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore have begun the process of releasing the radio frequency group from the external stowage platform number 2.
Free copy.
They are currently working to loosen the 5 bolts providing the wedge clamp tension, holding the RFG in place.
You gave us before we lost it.
Once they do that, this will help to release the RFG from this specific work site,
The last two are a little bit hard to get to, but I'm working on them.
which is a top priority for this morning's EVA.
Get those later if you want. It's all up to you. We're in no hurry because you're doing well.
So far, so good as we go through another handover period between satellites. That video is coming back momentarily.
Okay, let's get back to 3. 4 looks all right. Go back and forth to give myself a little break.
Wish I could help.
I know. Not hard work, it's just like sort of tedious to get it in the right place.
Yeah.
To push it off.
If I didn't have to move your GCA, I could have gotten The end of the Fram there on that side.
Oh, I'm sorry. He hosed you?
Oh. I mean, I could still get over there, but you'd have to move.
Yeah, that one looks nice. Target sees all the edges, too. It's good. All right, now last one.
Knock it out.
Can I get over there a little bit more?
Over where?
That last one, a little bit closer. In there. Yeah.
And Butch is saying we're going to turn off your heckas again, so we'll lose the good views. Keep up the good work cleaning, and Sonny, remind you, no need to reach. If you need to move, just let us know.
Two-handed. That looks good.
Last one here. It looks, almost got it. Piece up of there. Oh.
There on your screen, you can see the feet right in front of you of Butch Wilmore, and to the left of your screen, you can see Sonny Williams both working at the work site, the external stowage platform 2 work site, where the radio frequency group is located.
All right, Sonny, I understand that you've got the bolt head cleaned up enough for RTV.
The duo have removed the RTV from the wedge clamp nuts, so that is good progress on the removal of today's RFG for today's spacewalk.
Might try the far one first, actually.
Yeah, looking at your reach, looks like you might be able to just check that one first just to see if you're going to need GCA at the end. That looks pretty good.
Yeah.
And just as a reminder, Butch's going to have to get in there with the tool, so you might want to look at your optimal body positions to make sure everything's good.
Mind your way to get in here with the tool, Butch?
I don't think so. We'll find out. Let me get this stuff in here.
See this low gain antenna? It almost looks like Steve Bowen's head.
Not that.
It was fine when I left it.
The whole shape of it is sort of submariner-ish.
We could reach our
No, we
BRT
love you.
position.
We're both Navy out here.
And we're hearing good communication between the 2 crew members.
Okay, yeah, I got it on there. Feel like I've got good purchase on it, too.
All right, and that's on the far one, correct?
Yep. But you want to start on the other side?
Start on the
Want
other
to start
side.
on the starboard most?
And I want to make sure Butch can get the tool in a good config from his end, too.
Want me to take this tool and put it on my own red, Butch, so red aren't all over the place?
That's up to you.
I'll do that. I have it readied. If I let go of this, will that be okay?
We'll be okay.
The International Space Station is currently in orbital daytime. They are above the Southeast Pacific Ocean, just off the west coast of South America.
Not as clean as those ones.
And with that, we are 1 hour and 13 minutes into this morning's spacewalk. In front of your screen, the legs that you see are of NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore. And out of view right now, but working alongside him, attached to the robotic arm, is Sonny Williams.
Lucy.
Okay, once you think you're ready to go, I'm going to give you some cautions.
Okay.
I'm going this way.
Lefty Lucy.
That way. Okay. Caution, Steve.
All right, do not fully release the wedge clamp nuts due to risk of FOD. Avoid side loading and impulse loading when releasing the RFG nut. And hold the RFG wrench still when RFG nuts are being released.
Go ahead.
As needed. And we're working on the starboardmost wedge clamp nut, exactly 2 turns. Let us know when you've got that complete.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And you just heard that call out. They are releasing the starboard edge wedge clamp nuts.
I'm on it.
Have a chance, you can tell us how many threads are visible before you start.
It's sort of hard to see, but I think I see like around 3. It's got sort of easy to turn right there.
Understand. Yeah, let us know when you get those 2 turns in.
That's going pretty easy. A little bit concerned about that.
Just a little wiggle.
Does it wiggle?
Did you get a wiggle?
No. No.
All right, so understand no wiggle.
Not being able to turn this now.
You're not able to?
I'm looking at it close with them.
All right, if you had 2 turns and no wiggle, you can go for 1 more turn, and that is it. And then tell us if there's any threads left.
Up there.
Has it turned? Are you sure it's turned?
I thought it turned at the beginning because I saw the black line on the washers turn. I'm looking at it a little close enough. There we go.
And Butch, are you feeling loading on the wrench as she turns?
Little. Not much. Those washers really got a lot of pressure.
See two threads on there still.
Good. And you think you have 2 turns?
Not exactly sure. I'm working it, so I see threads on there. Let me just do a little bit more. Bye. On it.
Oh. Well, I feel that.
Oh, that's a good sign that you're
Looks like
actually
I have to
loading.
turn more. Yeah. Feel anything there?
I did that time. More so than the others.
You don't feel a wiggle?
No wiggle. Oh, I feel it.
All right, sounds like you're getting turns now. You might look at the threads. And
Yeah, I think before. I probably have like 1.
Yeah, I think you got like 1 turn.
Yeah. But the threads are slim now. Like 1 or 2. There's a little wiggle. Actually, I see the washers moving.
all right, we're
A
seeing
little
moving.
Yeah.
Not much, though.
And you still see
Yeah, there's
2
not
threads
much
or
wiggle, though.
1 thread showing their.
Oh.
I see like one thread showing. That's why I stopped.
There's a little wiggle.
Yeah, I see the washer
Not much,
bouncing around.
not like the video.
Yeah.
All right, copy. I think you got 2 turns. I think we're seeing a wiggle. Let me get feedback here.
So you can see views from Sunny Williams's helmet cam right now as they continue work at their RFG or radio frequency group work site.
Just trying to get the RTD off, you know. Be
right.
say we can.
I'm on it.
And Sonny and Butch,
Go ahead,
just before
try it.
you move on, let me double check one thing. Do you feel confident you had
Okay.
2 full turns that Butch could feel, or what do you think you really are in the turn count? Based on the thread.
I think maybe less than 2 full turns. I'm just a little concerned about how small the amount at the end. You see where my finger is right now, Steve?
Okay, I understand.
Oh, you want to turn the hecker back on?
Heck is back on for now, so we're taking our
I
time
see
here.
wiggle when you're doing that, yeah. Yeah.
All right, we think if you
I think you said you're turning the...
if you're seeing wiggle, we've released the compression on it, and you have a good to go for 2 turns on each of the following bolts. Make sure Butch is feeling the loading, and give us the turn count as you go along. And we're going to turn your heckers back off here in a minute to keep them cool.
I think I turned it without having Butch on it last time. That's why I got a little confused with the turn count.
Oh, no, that's completely
I'm on.
understandable.
Okay.
I mean, this is all development, so let us know as you go along and keep us posted because we don't have that view anymore.
Good comm between our ground IV, Stephen Bowen, and Sunny Williams as the RFG bolts continue to be removed. The RFG is a group of S-band antenna. It was unable to be released from the station mounting during previous EVAs, so this time with a specially designed tool or a specially designed wrench, Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore are working to remove that. That RFG is just in front of Sunny to her right side. We can see it on our screen.
See that washer's turning with it.
The RFG will be brought inside the space station and returned back to Earth for refurbishment. And once again, the RFG removal is a top priority for today's spacewalk.
About a turn and a half.
I'm releasing it a little bit, let it go into my hand when you start turning.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Yep. I think that was a good 2 turns. And I see the washers wiggling around up here.
Do you?
Yeah.
I don't see wiggle down here.
And Butch and Sonny, just to make sure that you get 2 good turns there with Butch feeling the loading.
Okay, I got
just
wiggle.
the washers turn out. Great news. Yeah, thank you.
Clearing off some RTD so I can see what I'm doing. Get the good... Do you have the hecker back on, Steve?
No, we don't, and we won't for a few more minutes. Sounds like you had 2 good there. We got Butch's on for now.
Yep. We're on the tricky one right now.
All right, and we actually have a pretty good view at the bottom of our screen of you 2 working together.
No, I'm not on it.
Hey,
There's nothing there.
then you're not on it?
I don't know if I'm on it or not, but do it again, turn it, and let it move my hand again. I'm not on it.
Butch Wilmore's helmet can coming into view right now as the crew works at the RFG work site.
Keep that tool.
Do you feel like you might be there?
No. Oh, there we go. Now I'm on it.
Okay. The quarter of a turn. Quarter of a turn.
That one I didn't feel. Oh, I've got it up against the thing though. Hang on. Now I'll do it.
Ready?
Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah. I'm on it.
Good job. That's about quarter of a turn. More turn up. Put it on here. I got wiggle.
Is it wiggling?
We got washers moving.
Is it wiggling when I do this?
Yeah, it is wiggling.
Well, you only got 3/4 of a turn.
Let's do a little bit more on that one.
And Sonny, when you get done, you can give us the thread count showing. That will be helpful as well.
Sorry, Steve, say it one more time.
Done. Once you think you've got
Thread
2
count.
turns, let us know the thread count above the nut.
Yeah, it's like the same as the other ones. The washers are very loose here now, and I've got like about 1.5 threads, maybe, on that one.
All right, copy 1.5.
When we go down there, I think that's pretty loose.
And you think you get about 2 turns, maybe a little less.
I can't see this one, so.
I'll do a little bit more. Just a little bit more. That. When you're doing that, I see wiggle up here.
Okay.
Tell me when you're on.
I think I'm on. Let's see if we can make it move. Again. Yep, I'm on it.
You on it the first time?
Halfway.
The half a turn there. Quarters of a turn. Turn. We go. Quarter of a turn. Minute.
Another. Hang on.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are about 1 hour and 25 minutes into this morning's spacewalk. The crew continue to work at the Radio Frequency Group worksite on external stowage platform 2. Everything continues to move ahead, and we are actually ahead of the published time, so ahead of schedule this morning.
Quarter of a turn. Is that wiggling?
It's pretty snug still. Is it turning?
Yeah, it's turning up here.
What do this? Let's go to 2.
All right. All right, here we go.
I'm on it. I think you came off of it. I think the bolt head came off. I mean the wrench.
ratchet?
I think the wrench came off. I think he got it at an angle.
Pretty close to the edge.
Is it?
Hold on. There's two more.
This view coming to you live is from Butch Wilmore's helmet camera. You can see Sonny Williams there using a specially designed wrench to loosen some bolts on the radio frequency group. As I mentioned, we are ahead of schedule, which is always great news. About 1 hour and 27 minutes into this morning's spacewalk.
You can still go for GCA if you need to get into a slightly better position in there. If you need to get that bolt ratchet on the bolt head a little better. We've got plenty of time. It sounds like you've got
Take a break.
How about 10, yeah, I'll do a GCA to about like this way.
Right now you're clear.
Yeah.
You're closer to your left side than you are your.
Right, yeah, I see. How about if I just
So
go
your right side than you are your left.
10 body up? That's it.
Okay, Sonny, you want to go 10 body up?
Yep. You're ready. Okay.
I cannot see your arms in the way, so you're way clear.
Yeah.
You do that and then come in after he does his 10?
Yeah.
Okay, Sonny, I'm configured. We can go 10 body up, and you've got clearance for your helmet and shoulders.
I do.
Starting motion.
Here's a view from Sunny Williams' helmet camera. You can see her working at the radio frequency group work site.
Good motion?
Good motion. Okay, that's 10, body up.
How about 10 body in?
Copy, 10, body in, going forward. Starting motion.
Yep. Motion?
Good motion. That's 10, body in.
Okay, let me see what that gives me, and then I'll tell you if it's good enough.
You are clear of the antenna.
Okay, let's call that good enough. Brakes, GCA complete, brakes on. Get you.
Copy, brakes are on, GCA complete.
And Sunny, understand?
On?
I'm on. I got no force on that one. Felt nothing.
And Butch, you might want to watch your right hand there and catch near sharp edges.
I think you've got yeah. Up where?
It hit this little piece of metal here and turned it to the other direction. Okay, ready?
I'm ready.
That's good.
I'm not getting anything.
You didn't get anything? I felt
Good.
hard that time.
Now let's make sure I'm on it. Feels like I'm on it. No second. I'm on it. It's not moving. See that? Took my hand off of it.
Huh.
You seeing any change in the thread count on that bolt?
Not so far. Minute, stand by. I feel like I'm moving it there.
Well, the
Happening down there.
ratchet turned, but I didn't get any pressure on this side.
For that?
No. Do it again.
They're on it.
See? It moved a little bit. Do it again. Might be on the RTV. Whatever's left.
Yeah. I see some breaking off too. Bye. Okay, ready?
Yep.
Feel like anything?
No.
And
No wiggle.
I say a thought down here is, Sonny, if you're in a better position to get that wrench on and then hand it back to Butch to hold, that might give you that purchase.
The wrench is on.
Well, the wrench is on.
My side is on.
I'm not.
That's what you're talking about.
And Sonny, are you seeing any change in the threads then?
I'm trying to look at. This one has a little bit more RTD. I'm breaking it off on doing it. Yes, sir.
We've got plenty of time, so if you need to go back to cleaning off the RTV, that's fine. We want to make sure you get a good hold on that nut then.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
I got pressure now.
Did? Okay.
I did.
I think I got to get some of that RTD up in there. All right.
Oh, yeah. Definitely pressure now.
Good. Probably like 3/4 a turn there altogether, I would say.
Yep.
Another quarter. I'm close to the end here. Hold on. Feel a wiggle at all? I see the washer's starting to move a little
Are you
bit.
wiggling?
Yeah, I see it wiggling up here.
What a two.
Good. More?
Oh, yeah. There's pressure. That wiggling?
Yep, it's wiggling.
Yeah, that
one feels pretty loose.
I'd say we go to 2, though. That's only 1.
There's only about 1 thread left.
Sure, you're on it. No, that was a little bit of an angle, and we might have gotten it, but
yeah. Looks pretty loose.
That one looks loose.
I think you should go, if you don't mind, just qualitatively go each of them and see how they are.
And
anyway,
how that looks?
That looks loose.
Okay, so just double checking the definition of the wiggle test. Not that just the washers are moving, but that you're actually seeing motion at the bolt head and the butch on your end as well, side to side, in and out, up and down, up and down.
Middle one, I think, is absolutely loose. See the bolt head moving back and forth.
Okay.
A hard one to get to. This tool was designed for. So I think that one is good.
Is it wiggling?
Yeah, that whole bolt head's moving.
The fifth one?
The middle one.
All right, so the middle one.
That one, the bolt head's moving too. Let me do a little bit more on this one. Okay. I'm on the second one, starboard second.
I feel pressure.
Copy, starboard second.
And a little bit more. Off of that one. Wiggle that. Wiggling the bolt head. I think the first one is too. Starboard to outboard.
Go a second.
And so, Sonny.
That one I think I have to do a little bit more.
And
hold on. The second one and the third one in the order that we were doing them, Steve, the whole thing wiggles. This one, ooh, it's almost there. Yeah. That's wiggling.
That's good. So when you think you are done, what I'd like you to do is from starboard to port, verify the wiggle check was good and tell us how many threads are still protruding. I said, I think you guys got a really good handle on this, and just tell us when you're ready and when you think it's all done.
Yeah. Threads are small, so I'm trying to get you a good thread count.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are 1 hour and 37 minutes into today's spacewalk. The two crew, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, are working in tandem to release the bolts holding the radio frequency group in place. We are still running well ahead of the timeline today, and we will continue to monitor today's spacewalk.
The fourth one. Yeah.
Yeah, tell me when you're on.
Sonny, we have your hector back, and we got a great view.
You're on?
Oh. Now. No. I might not have been. I think. Go ahead. I can feel it. Yeah, I feel it.
Do that much. That looks wiggly.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it moving? Turning?
Yeah, it's turning. And the last one's turning too. Turn it. Yep. Turn. Steve, are you watching?
We are watching.
Wiggle enough. You can see that the threads are getting slim at the end here.
All right. We can't see the wiggles. That's a little too fine for us, but we're seeing what you guys are doing. So sounds like you got at least 4 of them pretty loose.
I think we got all 5 pretty loose.
All right. That's good to know.
We got all 5 pretty loose.
You still think you have about 1 turn on each of the bolt heads, too?
Yeah, maybe.
All right.
1 turn or less.
1 turn or less, and I'm just keeping track so that if we come back, we know how much we'll have to do.
You've got threads showing, right? On the top of the bolt?
Not too much coming out of the bolt head. Just like 1 thread.
That's what we need
coming out of each bolt head.
Thread each bolt head. You got a good wiggle test on all 5. That's all very good news. And let me double check, catch up on the procedure and see where we are.
That's wiggling. That's wiggling.
Keep checking.
This one is, that one is, and then this one. It's wiggling.
Like if you guys are ready and you are confident, I think we're ready to transfer the ratchet wrench back to EV2. And Butch, you can stow that, and we'll be able to pick up here with the GCA. Let us know what you think.
Ratchet is transferred back to EV2. I'm going to lean back out of this area. Some are a little bit more wiggly than others, but I think they all wiggle, and they're all like about 1 thread left sticking out of the nuts on the top there.
I hope it worked. I don't want you to have to come back here. But that's definitely further along than we've gotten before, so that's really good news. Butch, once you get that wrench stowed, you just got to get in a good view to help her get out of this little hole she stuck herself into. And we'll turn it over to Nick when you're all ready.
Hey, I am in position.
Getting there.
Okay, Sonny, I've got brakes off. I am ready to start GCAing you out.
Okay.
Hey, I see you leaned all the way back. If you can maintain clearance, I'm going to go, we're going to take it body down first to increase your clearance a little bit more.
Okay. I am ready for the back off. FG aft back off. Once you GCA'd me out of here.
Starting motion, body down.
I feel good motion.
Motion.
Clear the scuff plates, clear the high gain antenna. Leaning back.
And I got good clearance on the back of you as well. You're clear.
You're clear.
Yep.
Okay, Sonny, now we're going to go body out 2.5 meters.
I'm all set. Good motion.
Good motion.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are 1 hour and 43 minutes into today's EVA.
Copy, clear.
Having proceeded to a point beyond which the first two attempts were successful, we are making progress with the removal of the radio frequency group. With us being well ahead of the timeline this morning, Sunny Williams will eventually get back onto the robotic arm, which will be operated by NASA astronaut Nick Hague on the inside of the space station, and return to the forward face of the stowage platform. Once returning to the forward face, Sunny Williams will continue work on the removal of the radio frequency group.
1 more meter to go.
And there on your screen, you can see Sunny Williams on the Canadarm2 robotic arm as NASA astronaut Nick Hague operates it from the inside. This is all happening while the International Space Station is 260 miles above Earth, flying over the North Atlantic Ocean.
Okay, Sunny, we're at the RFG back off. Stand by while I reconfigure to take you to the intermediate.
Okay, sounds good. Stand by.
All right, Butch, you can get positioned for the RFT removal, and I need a glove and hat check from both of you.
App is dry. Gloves are good.
Copy, Sunny.
I have one small piece of RTV off the inboard side of my right thumb. Otherwise, the gloves are clean, and I've got a good dry hat.
And Butch, we copy both of that. All right, there's a warning here. Just going to read that while we're setting up for the JOCAS. Potential sharp edges exposed from the broken jacking bolt and between the stanching mounting plate and RFG interface. So you just be careful as you pull that out. But I think the jacking bolt broke pretty cleanly.
Roger that. Copy.
And once you do get it removed, which you will do, FOD from the broken jacking bolt may be liberated.
Do that.
Good words and communication between our ground IV, Stephen Williams, NASA astronaut, and Sunny Williams. Stephen Bowen, sorry, and NASA astronaut Sunny Williams. Like we said, we hope that the third time is the charm on this morning's EVA for the RFG removal. The RFG will be brought inside the space station and returned to Earth during a preceding cargo return mission.
If you find a loose watch...
Sunny, we're configured, ready to start motion to intermediate.
Okay, copy, Nick.
No watches.
I am ready for to the intermediate, to fly to the intermediate position.
Dismotion.
That robotic arm in movement right now.
Motion.
Taking Sunny Williams over to her next work site.
I see you moving.
About.
There's no place to BRT up here that I can give you.
Okay, I'm not being a good geography person. Are we flying over South America?
Europe, South America, sometimes it all looks the same from there.
Mountains.
And the International Space Station is currently flying just south of London. These views are coming to you live right now from the International Space Station. On the top left side of your screen, you can see NASA astronaut Suni Williams on the Canadarm2 robotic arm as she makes her way to the next work site to continue the removal of the radio frequency group.
And Butch, we've got 20 seconds to hand over, but I need you to double check that both of your safer handles are still down.
Stand by.
Okay, Sunny, we're position hold. We're going to load in the next geocast.
Okay, standing by. Butch, do you have a second to look this way?
Good comm and buddy checks between the two crew doing today's spacewalk.
Safer handle.
And we are just undergoing a handover between communication satellites, so that view will be back with us momentarily.
Thank you.
Nice work, Sonny.
Nicely done for you. It's a blind connection.
And Butch, just double checking, the last words where you heard were safer handles, and you just get all up and down.
Safer handles are down, both.
Thank you.
I can verify.
Okay, Sunny, we're ready to start motion, taking you to the RFG retrieve back-off position.
Okay, I am ready for motion. RFG retrieve back off position.
There's motion.
Motion.
With 1 hour and 51 minutes into this morning's or today's spacewalk, the screen in front of you shows the flight control room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center, the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Flight Director Rebecca Wingfield is our spacewalk flight director for today. To her right, you can see Will Vu. Will is our capsule communicator, communicating with the other crew aboard Space Station.
We're almost there.
And then to his right, communicating with Will right now, is NASA astronaut Stephen Bowen. Stephen did participate in a spacewalk 2 years ago, U.S. Spacewalk 86.
That's outstanding to hear. Take us a second or two to configure for the manual approach.
Roger.
And this beautiful view coming to you live from the International Space Station, that is NASA astronaut Suni Williams. She is EV1 with the red stripes.
45 minutes ahead, and battery limited at 726.
Copy.
This space station is currently flying 260 miles above central Poland. Suni Williams is headed over, or going to be heading over, to her next work site to continue the removal of the radio frequency group. Today's tasks are well ahead of schedule, and this is the furthest we have gotten amongst the 3 EVAs for the removal of the RFG.
Okay, Sunny, we're configured for the GCA to the published. That's going to be 2.5 meters station aft.
I concur. 2.5 station meters, 2.5 meters station aft would be good, and then I'll probably bring you in a little bit closer.
Okay, copy that. And Steve, if you got no objections, we'll start GCA.
Sounds good. We'll pick you up when you're done.
Be all. Sunny, here's motion. Stationed aft.
Good motion.
A good motion. Another 2 meters to go.
Sure. Good motion.
Copy, good motion.
On your screen in front of you right now, you see NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore. He is continuing his work at the RFG worksite, waiting for his fellow spacewalker to join him to continue the rest of the procedures.
One meter to go.
Target. Attack also.
Half meter.
Target.
Looking good.
Sonny, you may want to pull back your ingress age just a little bit.
A view from Sunny Williams' helmet cam as she approaches the worksite.
There's published. Let me know what.
On the right side of your screen, that is the RFG, the famous radio frequency group that is to be removed during today's EVA.
Maybe right 10 centimeters.
Okay, let's bring you station aft first.
Okay.
Station aft 20 centimeters. Starting motion.
Watching my plate on the scuff plate.
Yep, watch your shins on that scuff plate. I'm watching the boot plate. So that was 20.
Got 5 more.
Copy, add 5.
Just to give me a little bit more purchase on this.
Continuing motion, 5 more centimeters. Okay, there's 5.
Okay. Actually, that's pretty good. I would say A complete.
You're happy? We'll move brakes on.
Okay, I'm happy.
It's coming on. GCA complete.
All right, so the crew are getting ready to remove that radio frequency group, a top priority in this morning's spacewalk. With about 1 hour and 57 minutes into today's spacewalk, things are proceeding nominally, and we are actually ahead of schedule.
Mark Small is on the RFG. Knock it out.
Hey, you can retrieve your PGT from the swing arm and give your settings when you're ready.
I want to cowl it first.
Yep. Good. Good story.
Okay, Butch, just make sure you're in position to assist the removal. And Sonny, your settings are Alpha 4, counterclockwise 2, 30.5.
The sun in my face, but I'm not seeing the display. Give me a now. You see lights? Display. Wow, I'm going to hand this to you, see if you see a display. Or it might just be the sun is in my face. Bye-bye.
And Sonny, the PGT might have gone to sleep, but we'll
There's no display.
come back on.
All right.
Is that a display?
Yeah, display's on. Cal passed. That's
Okay.
it.
All right, thank you.
All right, those settings are Alpha 4, counterclockwise
Right.
2, 30.5.
This stunning view coming to you live from the International Space Station as NASA astronaut Sonny Williams works on the removal of the radio frequency group, an S-band antenna that has been attempted to be removed on 2 previous EVAs. That was EVA 86 followed by EVA 89. And speaking of EVA 86, that was NASA astronaut Stephen Bowen who participated in that attempt at removal of the RFG. And Stephen Bowen is our ground IV this morning. Stephen also helped to design a specially designed wrench in removing today's RFG. Things. We are just past the 2-hour mark on today's EVA, and we are flying just above the Caspian Sea.
Looks like it popped out. 11 turns.
Copy, 11 turns. You can reset that, and you want the second from port, both H.
The crew are currently working to release the RFG structural bolts. There are 4 of these bolts. They're working from the innermost bolt to the outermost, alternating sides. The current bolt that you see being removed is the second of the 4 bolts.
Just double checking that is the second from the left as you view it.
Yes, it is. Okay, second from the port is undone, popped out as well.
And you can use the most starboard.
11 turns.
11 turns, got it.
Okay. Okay, 11 turns, that both popped out.
All right, should be 1 to go. Bolt Juliet, portmost.
And the most ports.
And there we just heard the confirmation of 3 out of the full 4 bolts being removed, just waiting on the final bolt before the RFG can be fully removed.
11 turns as well, and that one popped out.
All right, just verify all 8 structural bolts have popped out.
All 8 structural bolts have popped out.
Still the PGT in the swing arm.
Right.
PGT stowed, and you have
You tried it?
You got to go to remove the RFD from the stanchion. Butch to assist as needed.
All right, ready?
I'm ready.
I'm coming out.
Wiggle.
And just working through that removal right now.
Let's see what's keeping it in.
And if you get any motion at all, you can check the soft ducts.
I am not feeling motion, but are you seeing anything?
No. I'm not.
Sharon, you didn't have any initial motion, and Bush isn't seeing anything in the back.
Oh.
Okay. Now, Sonny, Butch, we're going to step into the crib sheet. And first step is, Sonny, just double check that all those 8 structural bolts have popped out. You can kind of plunge them with your finger just to make sure they move.
Yeah, the far starboard one, let me try it one more time.
Okay.
You can see the springing is springing, but it's not as, maybe not as far out as the others.
So the far
Let me just do that
starboard
one more
okay,
time.
so it's alpha 4, counterclockwise 2, 30.5 when you're ready.
This is Mission Control Houston here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. We are about 2 hours and 7 minutes into today's spacewalk. While the crew are in the process of removing the RFG, or the radio frequency group.
And I'll give you the next step.
Yeah.
Sonny, can you lift up and pull?
And Sonny, the guidance here.
It almost feels like there's another bolt holding it.
Attempt rocking in all directions while pulling out.
Yeah. Man. Yeah. It feels like something else is holding it in there.
Okay, so it hasn't moved at all. You've moved in all different directions, and the next thing is to retrieve the bolt puller. Let us know when you've got it, and we'll say how to install it.
I haven't.
I'm sorry. First correction is EVA hammer, not the bolt puller. So let's go for the hammer first, Butch.
If I want to pull up, which I'm probably going to have to GCA just a little bit because it's like right in front of my arms, right? So if I want to go up, I need to come up probably 10 centimeters on a GCA.
And
Let me do that real quick.
Yep, Sonny, if you want to do GCA, now's a great time to do it. So, Nick, you have a go to pick up with the GCA.
Yep.
Okay, copy that. And Sonny, you want to go, you said 10 centimeters body up?
Yes. No, but we're on the front of the ESP, but sort of two axes to get me up 10 centimeters up or so. Doesn't have to be precise.
Copy, 10 centimeters. Okay, Sonny, here's body up.
Still going but down. Stand by. Stop. Stop motion.
Stop.
I was going toward my feet. I need to go toward my head. So, station.
I'm commanding in station coordinates, so stand by. I'll get to enter.
Yeah.
Okay, Sonny, I'm configured. We're working internal coordinates now, so I can take your body up. How far do you want to go?
Probably 15 centimeters.
Centimeters body up.
Motion.
Nick Hague moving the robotic arm just up about 15 centimeters while Sonny Williams continues to work on the removal of the radio frequency group.
Okay, how about 10 more?
Butch Wilmer, or EV2, is just in front of her on the other side,
copy, Sonny.
working on the same procedure.
At the toes relative to that boot plate or the scuff plate that's down around here. I can give you 10 more centimeters.
Okay, 10 is good. Motion.
Copy, good motion. There's 10.
Okay. That'll give me a little bit of up.
If you're happy with it, I'll go brakes on.
Yep, happy with that. Sorry, brakes on.
Brakes on. GCA is complete.
All right, copy, brakes on. I see Butch has the hammer. He's getting in position. Sonny, make sure you get you're in a good position to give it some wiggles again. Again, you can try to move it in all directions.
Yep. Where would you recommend the hammer?
Sonny,
where would you recommend me hit it?
Well, before we go to the hammer, Sonny, let's give it a wiggle. And Butch, take a look at the wedge clamps and see if you get any motion visibly with those wedge clamps that you're sort of in line for. Fortunately, you're going to have to maybe move your
when you're in position.
I saw the wedge clamps wiggle earlier.
Then you give it a shake. Butch is
Several
right
of
there.
them.
You seeing anything, Butch?
Okay.
The second one is wiggling. The first one is wiggling. Fourth one is wiggling. The last one is not. Keep doing that, Sonny. Third one is wiggling.
You
Last
lifting
one
up
is
as
not.
we're talking?
Say again?
I'm just saying you may be loosening up as we're talking. And just as a note here, Butch, the target when you do use the hammer is the soft dock catch, which is directly in front of you that you have your light on.
That right there?
That's it right there when you're ready to use the hammer. Okay. All right, and you're going to go to use that, and you can do that while you're moving the RFG there, Sonny.
I'm trying.
You can see there that the crew is using the soft edge hammer to try and remove the RFG tool.
Are you seeing anything there?
There's some movement going on.
Release.
I am not.
I am not either.
Wiggle again, Sonny. Yeah, this last one is not wiggling.
All right, so Butch, you have not seen the last bolt wiggle yet. So if you guys want to try this a little bit more before we move on to the bolt puller, you've got all day to do it. You two can work coordination as you see fit.
Not doing it.
All right, Butch and Sonny, when you are ready to move on to the bolt puller, here's a couple thoughts. One, Butch, you can reassess your BRT position, see if you can get a good BRT to get better leverage when we are using the bolt pullers. Initially, we're going to grab one bolt puller to start, but we'll give you time if you want to look around and see if you can get a good BRT position and get some more leverage.
Stand by.
Any ideas with the bolt puller by the wedge clamp?
We're going to bias toward that one that doesn't seem to be moving when he installs it. And once you guys are ready, I get a whole list of cautions for the bolt puller.
At about 2 hours and 18 minutes into today's spacewalk, this view coming to you from Sunny Williams' helmet camera as she gets another tool out to continue the removal of the radio frequency group. We will continue to follow along on this coverage of US EVA 92, the 274th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, upgrades, and maintenance. As the crew works to remove the radio frequency group from its stanchion, the space station is flying 260 miles above the northwest coast of Australia.
All right, Butch, it looks like you may have got your BRT in a spot. I'm going to read you the cautions for the bolt puller. Limit bolt puller load to 75-pound force. Overloading can deform the RFG structure, and break mast bolts holding the STASA stanchion to the frame. The second one is no impulse loading. Use a slow and steady ramp in force with the bolt puller. The third one is
pull.
All right. Third one is confirm no platform motion prior to the initial attempt. And the fourth one is no more than 2 cycles. Otherwise, wait for platform motion to dampen out prior to making additional attempts. And with that, I see you've got the bolt puller, and you can coordinate with Sunny to get good motion. We did say you could bias toward the wedge clamp that is not moving.
Yeah, I'm on that one. All right, Sonny, see what you got.
Butch, we're trying to push it forward, not lift it up, so you may want to rotate at 180.
Well, it looks like the little lip needs to get over the lip to let it go. So pull again, Sonny. Okay, hang on. Ready? Go. Hang on. Go. Hang on.
You see that any motion?
No. No, second.
And Butch, you can consider rotating the tool 180 in your hand so you get the hook toward the RFD and see if you can get purchase that way to pry.
We are experiencing a brief loss of signal as communication satellites transfer over from one to another.
All right, copy that.
Here are live views of the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. Flight control teams continue to monitor and work through today's extravehicular activity, or spacewalk. At 2 hours and 25 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Full. Full.
And Butch, with that BRT, you might go ground the other bull.
Okay, I better stop for a second.
Hang on a second. Almost like there's something holding it, another bolt or something. Yeah, that's what I mean. You lift up again, just lift up and let me watch what happens. Just straight up, don't pull. Just lift up.
I'm lifting up. I'm driving the arm, I can tell.
Okay. All right. I can't quite get it in there far enough for what I want to try to do. There's a lip way in there. There's a lip over which those, but I can't get to it.
Butch and Sonny, I think what we're going to try and do
You've got to push it down.
Did the probe work?
If you're ready, what we're looking at is securing the two outer bolts on the front for Sonny and having her come back and releasing the wedge clamps.
You want to release them all the way?
Yeah, that would be the step. That since the bolt puller is not going to be giving us any motion, we'll just fully release the wedge clamps. So in order to get there, though, we need you to secure Alpha and Juliet, the two outermost structural bolts on the front. And I can give you settings when you're ready, if you guys are ready to move on.
What do you think?
I don't know what else to do.
Yeah. All right. I'm in Alpha What do you got, Steve?
And Butch, just want to double check down here for our data that you saw motion in all 4 of the wedge clamps while she was moving, other than the most starboard one.
That is correct.
All right, copy that.
Is that most starboard one or the most port one?
Or most port one.
Port one, the first one.
One way inside.
Correct.
The one way inside. Okay. Obviously, that'll be the primary target.
There's one that's got the narrowest clearance.
Releasing them all per the procedure. So, Sonny, when you're ready for Alpha and Juliet, the 2 outermost structural bolts, I'm ready with setting.
Ready with settings for setting.
All right, Alpha 1, clockwise 2, outer bolt.
Go ahead, Steve.
Should be approximately 11 turns.
Alpha 1.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are coming to you live in the International Space Station's Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. 2.5 hours into today's spacewalk, the team continues to press forward with the removal of the radio frequency group.
This is 11, 7, or a little bit less. There you go.
All right, so is 1 bolt complete?
Excellent. Torque is 3. We'll go full complete. Port 1.
Turns on that?
On your screen in front of you, you see Flight Director and today's lead Spacewalk Director, Rebecca Wingfield.
5. Not quite 11 minutes.
We are currently experiencing a handover period as communication satellites change over.
Yep. We go.
Go to the second one.
9.4, 2.3.
9.4 turns, 2.3
Right.
on the torque. On the rightmost. Got it. Bolt complete, Alpha and Juliet. And since we currently don't have Space to Ground 3, Nick, if you can move over to Space to Ground 2 momentarily, we have words.
Large small red is off of the cartridge.
Your red is off of the RFG, and we'll be moving you back into that wedge position, and that's giving Nick words now.
Steve, stand by for a second. I did the second from the right one, not the far right one.
And that's good enough for now.
So, it's good enough for now? Okay. Good about that. All right, Steve, Nick, I'm ready for back away. We're going to go back to the other side.
All right, Nick is getting words, so they're, as soon as he's ready, I think we are ready, And Butch, you know where we're going, so if you want to get all set up for that, that'll be good. And we have a couple-minute LOS coming up in about 2.5, so you may be doing
good.
Okay, Sonny, we're configured. We're going to do the manual back out to the RFG retrieve back off position.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, we're moving station forward. Start motion.
Motion.
That's a good motion.
2 hours and 34 minutes into today's spacewalk, the team continues to work on the removal of the radio frequency group, which is a group of S-band antenna. As we go through a handover period between communication satellites, you just saw Rebecca Wingfield stand up, speaking to EVA officer Sandy Fletcher. And behind her, the person would be sitting to her right is Capcom or Capsule Communicator Will Vu, and beside him, ground IV NASA astronaut Stephen Bowen.
Okay, we're coming up on a 2.5-minute LOS, and we'll pick you up on the other side, and you have a go to proceed.
Roger that.
Good morning from the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston. We are 2 hours and 38 minutes into today's spacewalk and are currently experiencing an acquisition of signal between the communication satellites that should be back up in just less than a minute.
I changed my TCV setting to 3.
All right, so you moved your TCV to 3. That's probably a good move. You've been staying there for a long time.
Okay, Sonny, ready to start the JOCAF to RFG aft back off position.
Okay, I'm ready for the JOCAF.
There's motion. It's starting to ramp out motion. We're approaching the aft back off. We'll configure for the manual here, and then we've got the previous GCA. We can get you a little bit closer to the published.
Okay, sounds good. I'm right behind you. All right. Do you envision we're taking these all the way off? Or what are you thinking?
And Sonny, we're looking at taking the one that hasn't moved all the way off and then evaluating from there.
Okay.
So obviously we'll need all of your feedback as you both work this.
Okay, Sonny, we are configured for manual approach. We'll start the GCA, and I'll take you to publish first, and then we'll continue in another 20 centimeters, or 20 centimeters after that.
It sounds good. I'm just rearranging my trash bag, getting it ready.
You got it. I'll give you a countdown as we go. We're starting motion.
Motion.
Copy, good motion.
This is Mission Control Houston.
Sonny got another 1.25 meters to go.
That looks good. Sounds good. Get it back.
Okay.
It is behind your back, but it's clear. It's all safe. It's all not entangled with anything.
You mean my safety tether?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Thank you.
good. Yeah. It's all good.
Sonny, we're passing the publish right now, continuing on with the
This
40
is
that you
Mission
added
Control
on the last
Houston.
time.
We are about 2 hours and 45 minutes into today's spacewalk. That's US EVA 92 with NASA astronauts Sonny Williams in the red stripes and NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore with no markings on his suit.
Got it? Thank you.
After releasing all of the structural bolts on the radio frequency group, at this point, Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore are trying to get some motion in the RFG.
Yep.
They're returning to the wedge clamps to attempt to remove the wedge clamp bolts.
Position that we had you in last time.
And we will continue working through the procedure for the removal of the radio frequency group.
Sonny, that was 10 toward your head.
And then another.
There you go, 10 in.
Yeah. You were still clear.
Got 5 more forward. Okay, that's your X, and then
Body up. Body left.
yeah, we're at your body up. The body left we can give you. You took 5 centimeters last time.
I need the more body up this time. Let's go 10 centimeters body up.
Okay, let's do that then. 10 centimeters body up. Motion. That's 10 centimeters.
Then did we go in more or left?
We can give you in.
5 in.
5 in. Five in.
Okay. You go 5 left.
Okay, I'll give you that 5 to the left. 5 left.
Okay, I think that's complete.
Okay, copy that. GCA complete. Brakes on.
All right, we ready?
I'm ready.
Are we just going to take this all the way off?
All right, I understand GCA completes, and Butch, if you can pass Sonny the ratchet, and you can get the RFG wrench in place. And the object here is to release the bolt entirely, and catch what you can if you see anything coming off, and let us know what you get. And then we'll move on to the next ones as necessary.
Looks like. Yeah, the threads are below, squiggling. Going to continue on. Take it all the way off.
Watching. If you can get it all the way off, let us know.
It's pretty wiggly now. Like washers are coming up and down. Moving up and down.
That sounds good. And Sonny, if you can keep track of how many turns it takes to take the nut completely off, that might be helpful to us as well.
That was one more turn. Now I see the threads are below the top of the... Two turns. I see two threads on the inside of the bolt.
I don't think anything's going to come off this side.
It can't.
Yeah.
It's all underground.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 51 minutes into today's spacewalk by Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore. They are continuing to work off of a crib sheet, as it's called, to try to coax the radio frequency group antenna system off of its stanchion on the exterior of the International Space Station. This is the third attempt during as many EVAs to get this radio frequency group removed and placed back in the airlock for return to Earth and refurbishment on a later SpaceX Dragon resupply mission. The work is continuing. The flight control team here, under the supervision of Flight Director Rebecca Wingfield and Lead Spacewalk Officer Sandy Fletcher, are continuing to discuss alternate methods by which the radio frequency group can be removed and safely backed away, with Sonny Williams holding it as she will ride the Canadarm2 robotic arm back to the airlock for its stowage.
I think you're coming off a little bit as you're moving it. That didn't look like you were on straight.
That piece of metal is in the way now.
Are you starting to see clearance between the washers and the head of that?
Stand by. Just for a sec. washer just came off. I mean, the nut just came off. Bye.
And we copy, thanks.
There's a little washer and then about 5 more washers.
Oh, that's a pretty good stack up.
They're not coming off fast.
Okay, and the bolt itself, did that end up anywhere?
I got the bolt in the trash can.
Got it. You got the bolt in the back. All right, we have a 20-second LOS. I'll pick you up on the other side. Good catch on the washer.
Oh, man. Okay, this is nerve-wracking. 1, 2, 3 more.
So they're slowly liberating in front of you, I see.
I have to encourage them to come off.
Yeah, I don't know if the bolt puller might help you encourage those to come off.
As we approach the 3-hour mark for today's spacewalk, you can see a view out of here from the helmet camera as the crew continue to work to release that RFG from the stowage platform. We will continue to monitor and provide updates.
Sonny, we'd like you to move on to the next bolt, and we move that one as well.
Just let it go. If this last one comes off, just let it go.
Well, if you can catch it, you can catch it. If not, that's okay.
Which one do I do next?
Next one in line. You didn't see any dramatic change in motion or anything on those other ones, right?
Do you see any motion? Oh.
And just as a status, we're about 3 hours into this, and the limiting is 754 on battery.
On you. Am I turning that thing? Oh, you're on it, right?
I'm on it. Can you see it turning?
Yeah, I see it now.
So we understand. So as you're turning this, you're starting to see a little bit of clearance on the washers. The washers are still expanding, or are they bouncing around.
Yeah. I mean, they're bouncing around. They're totally loose.
Okay, so the washers are totally loose.
Trying to do it.
Got it.
Yeah.
Going.
Taking them off.
Still taking them off until we're told otherwise.
Almost there. Are you? Nuts.
All right, second nut is off. Good catch.
The washer is off. Okay, the little washer's off.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are just at 3 hours into today's spacewalk. That's EVA 92, US EVA 92, with NASA astronauts Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore. The view that you see right now is from the two crew members' helmet cameras, and they are continuing to diagnose and work through the removal of the radio frequency group.
And Sonny, just a quick question on those other two washers. Are they bouncing at all, or they look like they're fixed to the plate?
Oh, they're totally bouncing. I just got the one from the fourth.
Haven't come off yet. Okay.
It's as far away for it to go, and I don't have anything to poke it to get it to come up. It's just hanging down there.
I understand. You can move out of the third one.
On your screen, you can see NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore with no markings. He is EV2 for today's spacewalk. And to his left, or to the left side of our screen, we can see Sunny Williams, who is EV1 wearing the red stripes. Both continue to work on the removal of the radio frequency group, which is the piece that is coming out right there in front of Sunny's helmet.
turn. You're on there, right?
I'm on there.
There it goes. That's off. Washer's coming on. Back up. You're just gonna sit there. Get them off. Okay. More there. All right, I think that one's. I guess you can wiggle it. You can wiggle it a little bit. Both of those are like pretty close. Come on. Well, it's okay. Leave it. Leave it. On. Off.
This view coming to you live from the International Space Station is Butch Wilmore. And you can see the Canada Arm 2 robotic arm on your screen. On the portable foot restraint at the end of that arm is Sunny Williams. Both continue to work on the radio frequency group this morning for US EVA 92. We're about 3 hours and 8 minutes into today's spacewalk.
So, Sonny, did you end up with one washer still sitting there at the end of this one, too?
One washer is just at the middle one here.
Okay.
The last one came off. This one I'm going to try to pull off.
Okay, just be careful with the gloves, as usual. And if you need the needle nose, that might be another option. And let us know when you move on to the fourth one.
I'm on the fourth one.
Okay, let us know when you move on to the fifth one.
Sorry.
Counting is a problem for me sometimes.
This is a ratchet. Yeah. One more up here.
And so while you guys are working the fifth one, I will give you a few words here. So our plan is once you get the fifth one done and cleaned up as best you can, we're going to look around and ensure there's no bits of metal or washers floating around that we can see or that we can catch. Then we'll move Sonny back around to the front. We'll get Butch in a good position, and we're going to undo those last two structural bolts. And then after we get those last two structural bolts done, initially we're going to try that soft dock catch again with a hammer for Butch. And then once we've done that, we're probably going to have Butch go around and tap the edges, sort of like a pickle jar. I know Butch doesn't have this problem getting pickle jars open with his hands, but some of us have to, tap it with the back end of a knife. And that was our intent there. And I'm going to come back and try the bolt pullers to pry it again, and then we get one last option involving a bolt puller from the front as well.
Yeah.
And we have reached the point now in time where we won't be able to finish any other tasks. So we're really just focusing on this for the rest of the day.
Looks like it's on there, is it?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't feel anything.
I didn't either. I was in Titan by mistake.
What's that?
Last one. This washer's coming off. For four of them, I've got every piece so far. On the last one. Almost done here. Bye.
This is Mission Control Houston. Today's spacewalk began at 6:43 a.m. Central Time, and we are about 3 hours and 15 minutes into today's spacewalk.
All right.
The crew are at the radio frequency group working on the removal of this S-band antenna.
Sounds good.
This is a top priority task for today's EVA. On your screen right now, you can see NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore as EV2 with no markings on his suit, and above his right arm you can see Sonny Williams, who is EV1 with the red stripes. You may have just heard that spacewalk communicator NASA astronaut Stephen Bowen mentioned that we will forego the other tasks that are planned for today, that were planned for today's spacewalk, to prioritize the RFG removal. Now that we are focusing on this task, we have a little bit more margin to get this done and multiple options to remove the RFG.
And you can buy
Comes your red.
but you can stow your tool as well.
The other two tasks, swabbing for microorganisms on the airlock and preparing the Canadarm elbow joint for a future spacewalk, were a much lower priority and will be scheduled to a future spacewalk.
Yeah, I just have 3 on this last one, and that's it. I got all the rest of them. They finally came out. Can we get these guys to come up?
So that's great words. If there's any tools or anything you can think Butch can hand you to get those last couple off, it'd be nice to get those cleaned up before we head to the front.
One more. 6. Liberated, yay. I did. Okay, I got them all, Steve.
Outstanding,
All in my
Sonny.
trash bag.
Fantastic. All right, so with that, we're going to turn you over to Nick to take you around in the front. Butch, get in a good position for clearance, and then once she's gone, while we're setting up the Joe Cassis, we'll have a few more words, but I think we're ready to go.
Okay, Nick and Dawn, I am ready. I'm leaning back. I think I'm clear of everything.
Okay, copy that, Sonny. I'm going to bring you body down first. We'll take that out, and then I'll back you off, body out.
Hang on, Sonny.
What's up?
May need you to pull this over my head.
Okay, stand by, Nick.
Yep, it's holding.
Look over my head. Is that where it needs to go?
It's right in front of you.
And we just came back from a brief communication handover period with 3 hours and 18 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Nicely done. All right.
For those of you who are just joining us, US EVA 92 began this morning at 6:43 a.m. Central Time. And given the amount of time it has taken to remove the radio frequency group, this will be the sole task the crew will focus on today during today's spacewalk.
Good motion.
Good motion.
The other two tasks that were planned for today's spacewalk, swabbing for microorganisms on the airlock and preparing the Canadarm to elbow joint for a future spacewalk, will be foregoed and will be rescheduled to a future spacewalk.
you see how many washers? You couldn't see how many washers on the other side, could you?
It's hard to tell.
Yeah.
2 or 3.
Another 1.5 meters to go, Sonny.
Really clear.
Okay, Sonny, I'm ramping out. This is the RFG app back off. Stand by while I reconfigure.
Stand by.
All right, so while you two are waiting for the reconfiguration, we could get a glove and hat check.
One, the hat is dry. Gloves are fine. They just have a little bit of marking on them. A little bit of dark, but RTD and everything is fine.
You, Sonny. We caught that you had some markings on your glove, and RTV's all fine.
RTV is good. It's just like some dark stuff from those nuts and bolts.
Understand.
I don't know if it's grease or if it's just marking.
So I appreciate that, Sonny. And Butch, how you doing?
We got the hammer ready.
All right, you have the hammer ready. How's the glove and hat? That's the last thing I need. We had Radicom there for a minute.
Oh, sorry about that. I was focused. That's dry.
Hap is dry. That's good. And you still have the same
Something the
same RTV flap? Okay.
RTV right, inboard right thumb.
Inboard right thumb. Has not changed. You got the hammer ready, and Sonny's getting ready to move again.
Okay, Sonny, we're configured. Going to start motion to the intermediate position.
Okay, ready for motion. After motion.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. On your screen, you can see NASA astronaut Suni Williams, EV-1, being moved over from the work site she was at with the radio frequency group to the other side, using the Canadarm2 robotic arm. As you are following along on today's spacewalk, this is the 274th spacewalk in support of station maintenance assembly and upgrades. With about 3 hours and 25 minutes into today's spacewalk, we will continue to follow along as the top priority task for today's EVA is the removal of the radio frequency group.
Okay.
There's a motion.
This live view coming to you right now is of the flight control room here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, Mission Control Houston at the Johnson Space Center. We are experiencing a brief handover period between communication satellites. And as I shared moments ago, the top priority for today's EVA is the removal of the RFG, or the radio frequency group.
Sunny, we're in position hold. Stand by, configure for the approach.
The RFG is an S-band antenna. It was unable to be released from the stanchion mounting plate during previous EVAs.
My head up. Are you going to go manual?
The two previous attempts that we have tried this before were on US EVA 86, and that was the same EVA that our ground IV NASA astronaut Stephen Bowen was on. It was not, the task was not able to be completed during that time, likely due to the excessive force needed to overcome the wedge clamps. Then we tried again 3 EVAs later with US EVA 89. The RFG was inspected, but it was not attempted due to the time spent on the other tasks. So today with US EVA 92, this is a top priority task, and this will be the primary task we are focusing on for today's EVA. The 2 remaining tasks will be pushed to a future spacewalk. And there you have it, communications coming back with Sunny Williams on the Canadarm2 robotic arm.
Ready to go.
All right, Sunny, I'm configured for the manual approach, so we'll start the GCA.
Okay. Published plus. Right?
Yep, we're going to go to the published station aft, about 2.5 meters.
Roger.
There's motion.
motion.
The space station is currently 260 miles off of Earth, flying over Bulgaria as we reach the 3.5-hour mark into today's spacewalk.
Okay, Sunny, a little over a meter to go. I fed in a little port and station nadir.
That looks good. Perfect. Coming.
We can see Sunny Williams approaching the other side of the radio frequency group. As the duo attempt to remove this S-band antenna from stowage platform 2 aboard the International Space Station.
Ten more, Sunny.
Great.
Okay, there's published.
Okay. Get complete.
Okay, copy. GCA complete.
Okay, with GCA complete, Sunny will need you to get
All right, Steve.
a RET onto the RFG. Let me know when that's done.
Got my large small hook on the RFG. My PGT out.
All right, we're looking at Alpha 4, counterclockwise 2, and it should be at 30.5.
Alpha. Alpha 4, counterclockwise 2.
And you should have 2 bolts there, Bravo and Juliet. And
That was Bravo.
all right, pick one, and it's 11 turns, and it should be released.
Pretty quick. Good. Clockwise 2. Alpha 4, counterclockwise 2. That was Bravo.
Copy, Bravo.
And it's so bright. Low turn, low torque. It's out.
All right,
Bravo's out. We'll go for the other one. Next one.
Bravo's out, and you can have a go for Juliet.
Bye. 13 turns. The torque. It's out.
Juliet is out. If you could verify all 8 structural bolts are popped out, just give them a quick poke and make sure they pop back out.
All are out.
All right, that's good.
All right.
GT,
Ready to
swing
throw
arm.
this? Swing arm and stowed. Are you ready for this, Steve?
If you got everything stowed, everything's been checked, you can try and remove the RFG from the stanchion. And Butch, if you're in a good position, we can take the hammer to the soft dock stanchion.
Doing both. Golly, this thing is not moving.
It's not moving.
It is not moving.
Okay, so we're back where we started, but we're going to try a few new things.
Got to have something else holding it.
So the next step was if you could tap around the outer edge to see if we can just kind of break it free from whatever's holding in place, whether it be the cotherm or something else.
Pickle jar.
The pickle jar.
Budging.
It's not budging.
Okay. All right, so our next thing is we are going to go to the bolt pullers. And Butch, I'd actually like you to hand one of those bolt pullers to Sonny, and Sonny, if you could put it on one of your rets, and you'll have the other one in the back, Butch. And you might need to get yourself back in that BRT position you had earlier once you've got that done. All right, Butch, you can keep both bolt pullers yourself now, and we'll eventually get the one to Sonny if this last effort doesn't work.
Okay.
So we're just trying to catch up down here, Butch. I think I might have missed a call. Where are you with the bolt pullers?
I have one out.
Okay. And
I'm getting the other.
all right. We want you to keep both of them, and we're going to try that double pry on the back initially.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are at 3 hours and 41 minutes into today's spacewalk, while Williams and Wilmore continue to pull the RFG off its stanchion. Sunny Williams just broke a record while completing the tasks on today's spacewalk. And this spacewalk continues and this record continues to mount as she continues today's spacewalk. Sunny Williams just surpassed former NASA astronaut Peggy Whitson's EVA aggregate record of 60 hours and 21 minutes. And once again, that record keeps mounting at each passing minute. Sunny Williams will have 9 spacewalks completed after today's EVA, while Peggy Whitson still has 10 under her belt. But once again, NASA astronaut Sunny Williams in red stripes during today's EVA just surpassed the record of the total EVA hours by a female astronaut.
And Sunny, looking ahead, we're thinking out loud here. From your position in ESP2, we're looking at potentially giving you a bolt puller to help pry that RFG off from the front. However, we don't want to do that while you're in the arm. So if you could assess to see if there's a BRT position you could achieve that would still allow you access to the front, or if Butch could come around and have a BRT position that would give him access to the front, that would be helpful.
The crew is back to where we started, and the smaller picture you do see on the screen is of a NASA astronaut and today's ground IV, Stephen Bowen, chatting with our flight director, Rebecca Wingfield, and in between the two of them is Will Vu, capsule communicator.
Nothing else that is holding this box in position, so that's why we're kind of trying everything. So we appreciate all your thoughts and efforts if you have anything to add.
It just feels like it's stuck. I mean, it's so hard. I mean, you'd think that it would wiggle a little bit. Nothing. Not even giving it at all. That's the weird part.
Yeah, we don't see anything either, even when we're wishful thinking. So if it does come off, I think it's going to come off all of a sudden. So be aware of that. We don't want you to hurt yourselves or hurt the station. So just keep that in mind as you're applying load to it.
Good comm and good words from our ground IV, Stephen Bowen, as the crew continue to attempt to remove the radio frequency group.
We'll say the rails that it rides in on and on the sides here, it's pretty tight. It's like riding right on top of that.
All right, so you don't see a good place to BRT yourself to the front there, the ESP, because like I said, if we're going to use you as part of the prying.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of BRT places here.
Okay, so our next step would potentially just have you step out of the arm and get yourself locked into the ESP so you can get some prying force in the front. And I give you directions once we If this doesn't work, hopefully Butch can get it this time.
It is bouncing back here.
I can feel something moving while you're doing that.
You can see there Sunny Williams trying to rejig and move around the radio frequency group to see if it will come out of its stanchion.
Cameras are everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm lifting it all the way up, all the way down.
All right, Butch, are you getting any motion on the back?
Up and down, not forward though.
So you're getting up and down, but not
You
forward.
can see it up and down, going up and down back there. Yeah.
Butch, do you see any motion at the docking interface?
No.
All right, Butch, can you get any load forward and aft instead of just up and down with the pry bars back there? You might turn the bars around and put the hook end in.
I'm trying. Again, the hook end, it's hard to get in.
You can try 2 pry bars
Right,
next if you can.
wiggle, Sonny.
I feel like it's stuck at the front now.
It does. It looks like it because this backside's moving.
So I'm wondering if, like, on the sides here where it comes in, I don't know if you guys can see, Steve, but, like, the rails that it rides on is, like, so close on those rails.
All right, that's an interesting observation.
It hit it on either side.
Okay. All right, Butch, I think we're ready to hand off 1 pry bar to Sonny. Sonny, we'd like you to look at a good position off of the arm to get yourself BRT'd so we can get some pry into the front of there, and I'll give you direction once you're out set.
You can tell that I'm lifting the back, but something is holding it down in the front.
Yeah. I agree.
Something is holding it down on that side.
You want to come over here, take a look at this? Different.
Yes, I'll try and describe what we were going to do with
All
the
these bolts
bolt
are
puller.
undone.
Yeah, the bolt puller we were going to put between E and F, so between the jacking bolts and the one to the port side with the hook end. And by doing that, you should be able to be between the 2 bolt holes that should be cleared now. Does that make sense, Sonny? So hook end underneath.
Can you reach it, Sonny?
Between Echo and Foxtrot.
Can you reach the bolt puller, Sonny?
Where is it?
Down low. Yep.
Put the hook end where?
Hook end underneath between Echo and
I'm going to
Foxtrot.
keep your tether on it for right now.
Okay.
I have to get out of the arm for this?
Just assess if you can get it in there to start before we make you get out of the arm.
Okay, so I'm putting the hook in, which means it's going to be close to, there's something there?
Yep, there should be something, and then you just rotate and see if you can pry anything.
There it goes.
There it goes.
Okay, the bolt puller back.
It's free.
Let go
That
of
was
it.
it.
All right, let me get my DRT off the sand rail.
Congratulations.
All right.
And there was much
All
rejoicing.
right. Holy moly. That's all I have to say. That's all I have to say.
Oh, maybe that jacking bolt
2
was
feet
holding
in the-
things.
PFR I've got my hands on.
Holy moly is right. You hear that, we just successfully removed the radio frequency group from the...
I want to double check to make sure you've got a ret to the RFG. Butch, you got to watch your head a little bit, but let's start getting you cleaned up back there. And remember all the loose parts back there. If you see anything floating off, catch them. If you can, let us know which way they're going. Don't touch the base plate.
It's all floating off. I'm grabbing it. It's all floating off.
Can and let us know. And we've got plenty of time, so we're in a great config here.
Okay, Steve.
3 hours and 50 minutes into this morning's EVA, and on the third attempt of 2 previous spacewalks, the radio frequency group is finally free from the external stowage platform 2.
I'm configured to do the back off.
Sunny Williams is moving that RFG that we can see on our screen. And this took place this morning at 10:33 a.m. Central, 11:33 a.m. Eastern, while the space station is flying above the Indian Ocean.
That's fantastic news. All right, so let's you all do a quick assessment of your areas, and I'm going to make sure we're all set down here before we move on. So give us 1 minute. All right, Sonny, we're going to give the go here for the RFG off the, let's see. We're going to give you a go for maneuvers to retrieve the back off through to intermediate position. And Butch, once you're all set, you can translate to the airlock. So with that, Nick, I'm ready for you to pick up.
Okay, Steve. Sonny, we're configured. I'm going to take you station forward.
Okay, station forward. I'm ready for motion.
Here's motion.
Motion.
Copy, good motion.
I think just with the weight, it took a little while for me to feel it. Yeah.
Reiterated.
At the 3 hour and 50 minute mark of today's spacewalk, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams successfully removed the radio frequency group off of the external stowage platform 2 of the International Space Station. The priority going forward will be getting the RFG stowed in the airlock and cleaning up the work site. You're following along on US EVA 92, the 274th spacewalk in support of assembly, maintenance, and upgrades to the International Space Station. This is Mission Control Houston.
You can open this, once you get over the airlock, you can open the thermal cover, verify it can stay fully open and it'll be clear for the ingress.
Okay, I have grabbed a large small that was holding down the MLI to put on the RFG when we get there.
And but you can leave the MLI for the RFG as it is. We're going to come back and take pictures when we clean that up. And once you get to the airlock, we want you to open the thermal cover, verify it'll stay open, and you can go in the airlock and retrieve the microorganisms caddy and stow it on airlock handrail 554 for two reasons: to get it out of the way, and just in case we have time to do samples near the airlock.
Okay, Sonny, we're configured. Here comes motion to the intermediate.
Okay, motion to the intermediate. Exit motion.
Okay.
We see good motion as the Canadarm2 robotic arm takes NASA astronaut Sunny Williams, EV1, with the radio frequency group to the airlock of the International Space Station, where Sunny Williams will place the RFG into the airlock for future refurbishment. That refurbishment will take place once the RFG is returned to Earth on a future cargo resupply mission.
Okay, Sonny, it's ramping out.
Okay. The airlock, I see Butch in the airlock right now.
Okay, Sonny, we're at the intermediate, and stand by while I configure for the airlock.
Okay.
So, Butch, how's it going over there?
Going good.
Got the double large small.
And Butch, are you having any issues with the thermal cover coming fully open and making sure it's clear?
No, it's open.
All right.
You said to get the. Did you want me to get the microorganisms out?
Out to get it out of the way at least. So you want to pull that out and stow it on 554.
Okay.
Sonny, ready for motion to airlock back off?
I am ready for motion. Airlock back off.
Starting motion.
If you are just joining us, this is Mission Control Houston providing live coverage of US EVA 92. We are just past the 4-hour mark of today's EVA. This spacewalk was the third attempt at the removal of the radio frequency group, an S-band antenna. RFG is now on its way with Sunny Williams to be stowed inside the airlock. Just a few moments ago, we did see Sunny Williams being moved on the robotic arm back to that airlock to stow RFG. The Canadarm 2 robotic arm is being operated by NASA astronaut Nick Hague from inside the space station. We also have views coming into you live right now from the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where crews are monitoring activities while we are also experiencing a handover between communication satellites.
Hey, Sunny, we're approaching the end of the maneuver.
Okay.
Okay, Sunny, we're in position hold. Stand by while I reconfigure for the manual approach.
Okay.
You are looking at live views right now from the International Space Station as we are just at about 4 hours and 2 minutes into today's spacewalk. NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore is currently at the airlock awaiting Sunny Williams' arrival with the RFG to be stowed inside the airlock. A top priority for today's EVA, US EVA number 92.
Okay, Sunny. So the first GCA to publish is going to take you a meter body forward, and that's to get you into position for the reorientation and ret swap. So I'm going to stand by until everybody's good to start that GCA.
Yeah, I don't think we're there yet.
Yeah, Butch is still getting configured here, and I have a couple words before we move on, but we're getting close.
Okay. I have the large, small on the circular handrail.
Those are good words, Butch, and I'd like you to double check your safer handles down.
Okay.
All right, Butch, are you ready for me to move in a meter? And then we'll assess if I need to come in further.
Both those safer handles are down. I'm ready.
All right.
All right, Nick and Don.
Just a quick one, Sonny. All right, just watch the thermal cover. Make sure it's out of the way as you guys come in. And Nick, you have a go to maneuver to the airlock back-off position.
Okay, Sonny. We'll start the GCA. It's a meter body forward.
Okay, 1 meter body forward.
There's motion.
Motion.
Another half meter to publish.
Roger.
Center. Hey, Sonny, that is published.
Okay.
Let me know how much further you want to go.
Butch, can you see me? I think I probably need to come in another half meter for you to get the handle. I hang on to the...
I see you.
Let me try and maneuver it now, or come in a little closer.
I can't reach anywhere near those handles now.
Yeah.
But you need to come in closer.
How about if you give us a half a meter more, Nick?
Okay, half meter body in.
At 4 hours and 7 minutes into today's spacewalk, the crew is in the process to stow the RFG or radio frequency group in the airlock. Depending on how much time this takes, the flight control team will reevaluate that timeline to see if there's any time to complete other tasks. Ground IV, Stephen Bowen, did share with the crew that we would not be able to complete other tasks, so that's being reevaluated, and we will report back with additional updates as they become available.
15 to go.
Sunny Williams nearing the airlock with the radio frequency group, while Butch Wilmore supports this task of stowing the radio frequency group into the airlock.
That's good, Sonny. I'll throw brakes on.
Okay, brakes on.
Good teamwork between the crew.
Are you going to fly me in more?
Yeah, after you do the red swap.
Yeah. You're going to have to take my red off there?
I got 2 reps on it.
Yeah.
I got one on me. On the...
All right, you can just let it go.
So, Butch, have you got the large, small red from the airlock on there as well as yours? And then you've released Sonny's? Is that what you said?
That's correct.
The RFG slowly being lowered into the airlock.
The clamshell, you're holding that as secure as you can. And Butch, I think we're ready to pick up with the GCA, or as necessary to get this thing in there.
Mine off.
A good idea once you got the one
I'm
from
going to take
airlock.
mine off. Okay. Airlock's on. We're ready.
Okay, copy that, Butch. I'm going to go brakes off, starting the GCA.
Go straight in.
Yeah, Sonny, the published is another 80 centimeters body in.
Okay. I like that. Butch, you like that?
I like it.
All right, just watch as it's coming in.
Okay, here we go, nice and slow.
Good comm between the crew on getting this RFG stowed in the airlock. We can see good views of that.
There's motion.
Okay. Motion.
Good motion.
And we can see NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore on the top of your screen, while Sunny Williams is on the bottom of the screen, who is actually holding the RFG and stowing it into the airlock. monitoring that closely to ensure that the RFG is safely stowed in the airlock. The RFG is a radio frequency group that is an S-band antenna.
Jack to the other side with the low gain.
You're doing great. Perfect. Coming.
So 30 to go.
Going.
The RFG stowage continues to proceed.
You're looking perfect.
Which our heads are going to get real close here.
Go a little bit closer to
What's that? So this way?
station.
This way?
Yep, right there. Keep coming.
All right, you just have to back your head up a little bit. Go down, yeah.
Keep going. It barely fits, but it went in. Keep going.
Another 15 centimeters for publish.
Yeah, keep going.
Parts in.
Parts in.
That's published.
That's great.
So let it go?
You let it go.
All right. Got the donut just on the edge there.
Let it go. Can you lean back?
Yeah, I can lean back. You got it.
Butch, good job letting Nick do all the work there.
Absolutely.
Avoid bumping the RFG during airlock
Right.
stow to protect the Z93 paint and the low gain antenna.
We'll try. Am I hanging out here for a while to see if it's all good, or are we going back?
Just a couple seconds. We want to make sure Butch gets this in there. And we've got great view, by the way, Butch. We can see what you're doing, so looks like you're getting it in a good spot. Good job clearing the umbilicals. Make sure they're available to y'all when you get inside. And to make sure it's in a secure spot, feel free. Unhooked unnecessarily.
Just look in there.
The SCU is around the... I'm going to hang on a second.
And there you have some great helmet cam views coming in at the 4 hour and 13 mark of today's spacewalk. The pair of astronauts have safely stowed or are continuing to stow the radio frequency group, an S-band antenna, into the airlock of the Quest module of the International Space Station.
Jackie said cameras are everywhere.
We are watching the RFG getting secured in place.
You can probably fit, that looks like it's a good spot.
A good spot. I like it.
One positive verification is you think both of you will be able to get inside there with that in place, and then we'll be able to move on.
My assessment is yes. Okay.
That's what we wanted to hear.
It's going to be snug, but we'll get it.
Good.
I'm right below your feet.
Okay.
You want to back me off a little bit, maybe?
And we're ready for you to head back to ESP2, Sonny. Nick, you can pick up with that. And Butch, once you egress the airlock, you can shut the thermal cover, and we'll have you pick up with a microorganism.
Okay.
Okay, Sonny, you're coming body back.
Okay, sounds good. Ready. Ready for motion.
There's motion.
I'm leaving my PGT in here then, right?
But you can leave your PGT.
Motion.
Motion.
Views from outside of the space station, right by the airlock, you can see Butch Wilmore's feet as he stows the RFG, and Sonny Williams is slowly backing away on the Canada arm to robotic arm.
Sonny, that's a back-off position. I'm going to reconfigure for a couple drug tests to get you in front of ESP2.
Roger that. I'm ready. Just tell me when we start. I see all my tools sort of do this little wave when, when the motion stops. Goes.
Steve, I also left the 2 crowbars in here.
I'd like you to take one of those with you. So take one of the bolt pullers with you when you go outside. You can temp stow it outside the airlock. We might have Sonny stow that, depending on how time goes as we're coming back.
Okay.
And it goes in the toolbox outside the airlock.
Right to that toolbox. So if we get a chance, we're going to have you stow it. But if not, let's have you put it back where you got it.
Sonny, here comes motion.
Okay, ready for motion.
All right, Butch, now that you're getting back outside, just need a quick word on any flakes you thought might have been coming from the RFG, or if there was just anything else that you saw in there. And I'm going to have you stow the bolt puller while you've got it available before we pick up with micro ore.
Where do you want me to stow it?
It's going to go right above you in the airlock toolbox. Sorry.
Goes in the starboard one, right, Steve?
Yeah, it goes in the starboard airlock toolbox. So once you get stable, I need you to double check your safer handles down, and I'll have you stow that before you do your glove and hap checks and the thermal cover as well. But did you see any RFG flaking on the paint or any other indications?
I did not. Safer handles are down.
Safer handles are down. Okay, if you want to head right up to the starboard toolbox, we can stow that bolt puller without you having to delay. And we'll get the thermal cover when you come back down. It should only be a couple minutes.
I've already tried to get it now. Thermal cover shut.
Thank you.
The starboardmost toolbox, top or bottom.
In the Zenith door. And Sonny, did you see any flaking off the RFG?
No.
All right, you didn't
I
see
did
it?
not.
Copy that. Thank you, Sonny. Okay.
I didn't either.
It's on the Zenith door, Butch, and it should be open the Zenith door, and you should just see the open receptacle for the bolt puller, and it should put it right back in place. There's two locking tabs once you get it open.
Sonny, stand by while I plug in the next geocast.
Roger that. Stand by.
To get it in place and you close those two tabs, let me know.
If you are just joining us, this is Mission Control Houston providing live coverage of US EVA 92. We are past the 4-hour and 22-minute mark of today's EVA. Today's EVA began at 6:43 a.m. Central, and this spacewalk was the third attempt at the removal of the radio frequency group and S-band antenna. Using a little bit of brute force on this third attempt, the crew were able to remove and stow the RFG in the Quest airlock. Teams on the ground are continuing to re-evaluate if the crew can complete the second task planned for this EVA, the microorganism swab. Meanwhile, the crew is going back to the external stowage platform 2, the location of the RFG, to complete cleanup of the worksite. We will keep you posted.
The two tabs are in place. It is in.
Excellent, Butch. Now, if you close the toolbox door.
Toolbox door is closed.
Just close the door. Just one of the latches. That's all I need from you is one of the latches on the door.
Both latches are closed.
Okay, when you get a chance, glove and haps from everybody.
Hap is dry. Gloves are good.
Copy, Sonny.
Hap is dry. Stand by on the gloves.
If you want to sit there for a minute, we want to give Sonny a chance to get off the arm and work that APFR to make sure we get it out of that whiff before we send you out to finish out the microorgs.
Okay. She's going to do the MLI.
Yeah, we'll have her pick up the MLI, provided that the whiff, we get the APFR out of the whiff successfully.
Roger.
Sure. Our plan is to have Sonny clean up everything out at ESP2 once we get the whiff moving, check the whiff, and we'll send you out to do the microorganisms, the full thing on the other side of the lab. We'll let you assess that. This is now clearly a get-ahead for us since you guys really accomplished the main task for the day, and let us know what you're thinking.
I'm all in.
Sounds good.
Sounds good to me, too.
Okay, Sonny, we're configured to bring you in, manual approach, GCA to the published, which is going to be that 2.5 meter station aft.
Okay, sounds good. I might have you come in a little bit closer.
And we just heard that call out from our ground IV, Stephen Bowen, up to the crew, that we will continue on, or Butch Wilmore will continue on to the second task associated with today's EVA, the microorganism swab. Meanwhile, Sunny Williams will go back to, or is returning back to external stowage platform number 2 to complete cleanup of the worksite. This was the worksite where the RFG was initially installed.
Another 1.5 meters to go. To go.
How much?
Just as a reminder, the second task that Butch Wilmore will be conducting today is the collecting of microorganism samples. The goal of this task is to swab external locations on the ISS to determine the presence of any microbial life surviving at vacuum. They're specifically checking locations where microbes from inside the ISS could be deposited on external surfaces, like around the vents, the airlock, and commonly used handrails.
I want to start ramping out. About 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, ramped out. How's that look?
That looks good. How much more was left for published?
5 centimeters.
Oh, we're fine. We're good.
Brake's coming up.
Great. All right, I'm going to get out of the arm.
You're going to egress the APFR and let us know when you get your safety tether swap complete, and then we'll be ready to remove the APFR. And Butch, we're just going to wait. Enjoy the view for a little while. I know you don't have a camera. We do have HECA if you want to look toward Earth and give us your view of Earth while we wait for Sunny to get the APFR out of the way.
Okay.
Thank you, Butch.
Okay. You want me to do my safety tether swap first here?
Actually, we want you to reconfigure the APFR first, and then we'll have you do your swap.
Okay.
And Sonny, we'll actually have you take it all the way out and install it on the ESP2 WIP 5. We're looking for 6 Papa Foxtrot 6. So you can set that now before you get it out of the arm if you'd like, and then the whiff will be the only thing left. Butch, we do like the view, by the way.
Pretty spectacular. This is the first time I've gotten to look at the Earth the whole time.
And you might get a pass over Houston if Sunny's a little bit slow here, because that's where we're heading.
Get my red on this there. Okay, I've got a red on the APSR. Trying to get it out. Goes in 5, is that correct?
6, Papa, Foxtrot 6, and it's going to whiff 5.
We are seeing live views from Butch Wilmore's helmet camera as he overlooks our home planet.
Make sure you can get your...
We just surpassed the 4-hour and 30-minute mark of today's spacewalk. This is the 274th, spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
Oh, they're so stiff.
Okay. If you want Butch to come on over, he's available.
I might need him again. Sorry. Not this.
Your hands might be a little bit worn, so I'll send Butch over. And
I got it.
Oh, she got it. Excellent.
Yay, good job.
Good. All right, so we're looking for a clocking of 6.
6, we go full. Good. Papa.
6, Papa, Foxtrot 6 with 5.
Okay. All right. Just to review this tether swap, just to make sure I remember. Main hook goes on first, correct? Right.
Yeah.
Hello?
The single line is where you count to 12, and then you rotate from there to get to 6, and that'll be 6. And then give us a pull twist check and a check black on black, and check the pitch knob locks and can be depressed.
Oh, sorry. That ACFR is in and locked. There's no good twist pull test. With black on black, established. I'm talking about my tether swap.
All right, that sounds good. And with that, I think we're ready for your tether swap, and we'll set you up for cleaning up the rest of ESP2 and getting pictures. And Butch, you can head over, pick up microorganisms. Looks like you've already picked up the microorganisms themselves off of handrail 554. Is that correct?
That's correct. I have it. I'm ready to go. You want me to go?
This is Mission Control Houston at 4 hours and 34 minutes into today's spacewalk. Just to do a little bit of a recap, at 10:24 a.m. Central Time this morning, Sunny Williams surpassed former NASA astronaut Peggy Whitson's aggregate record of EVA hours. Whitson currently sits at 60 hours and 21 minutes of aggregate time, and Sunny Williams' record keeps mounting at each surpassing time.
Still at 3. So
Sunny Williams will have 9 spacewalks completed after today's EVA, while Peggy still has 10 under her belt. Once again, NASA astronaut Sunny Williams in red stripes that you are seeing on your screen right now just surpassed the record of total EVA hours by a woman astronaut.
All right, Butch and Sunny, we're checking something on Sunny's suit real quick, so if we could just stand by for a minute or two. Sunny, obviously you can continue to clean up and get yourself clear of the arm. Let us know when you get your tether swap complete and we can get another tether config from you.
Standing by. Is on the red. Still locked. Those unlocked. Unlocked. In the yellow hook off of the NCF, off of the arm right now.
All right, Sunny, I see you pulling your tether hook off of the arm. If you want to give us the full config once you get that done, and then I have another follow-up question.
All right. Anchor is connected to the airlock. Is connected to the rail. Yellow hook is connected to the rail. All of those are locked. And then I have my red hook to my left with this. This swap.
All right, so we see a good config on the tether. Now, next question is, we see you on the alternate radio. Can you double-check your switch config for that?
I was wondering, the volume sounded funny all of a sudden. So I am on high, I'm on top, I am in low on my switch.
And low. All right, that's interesting. Let's check our data real quick.
The arm is ready to go away if it wants to.
That's funny. That's my next step. Just waiting for you to, no rush, but make sure you're clear.
I'm clear, I'm just going to go low.
No problem. I'll wait till you clear down out Nader, and then we'll back away.
Can I start doing MLI?
We'd like to get some pictures while the sun is up of the surface for the RFG and that whole entire area. So you have the camera on you. If you could take some pictures before we close up the MLI, that'd be appreciated.
Okay, I can do that.
And Butch, sorry to have you standing by, but it'll be another minute.
It's okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are just approaching the 4-hour and 40-minute mark of today's spacewalk. On your screen, you can see NASA astronaut Sunny Williams, who is at the external stowage platform number 2, the work site where they removed the radio frequency group. Sunny Williams is currently cleaning up that work site as they complete this task for today's EVA.
And Sunny, specifically, once you get in place, they want a photograph of the jacking bolt.
Sunny, for your SA, I'm starting to go station forward with you on.
Great. A bunch of pictures. A couple of them will be there. Okay. The United States of America.
30 seconds from Houston, by the way. So if you look down, you can wave at us.
Hey,
It's a little cloudy. We won't see you, but that's okay.
I'm waving. Yep, I'm waving.
Thanks for the view, Butch. I got that. All right, Sunny and Butch. So, Butch, we're going to send you on your way to the vent on the lab port aft end cone. Avoid contact with the fluid lines and MLI on the lab aft end cone, and avoid contact with the Node 1 CBM pedals as you pass by. Obviously, be aware of cable snag hazards around the lab aft end cone. It's kind of a mess down there. And Sunny, just to give you a quick status, we've got good comm, obviously, so that's still working. And but we're tracking that on your suit. If there's any further degradation, we'll give you a call back, and we'll probably call the day. But you have a go to finish photographing. The heck of you we've got right now has been fantastic, so that's greatly appreciated. I can see the jacking bolt is still there, so that's probably a good sign. Nothing came free, and you have a go to clean up the MLI.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so Sunny, I'm going to give you the words for the MLI. You can stow the large small ret from the MLI tie back on the crew lock bag, and then install the MLI tent quarter turn fasteners. Sure, you verify all the stanchion cables beneath the tent, and install all the quarter turn fasteners you can get: 3 starboard, 3 forward, 4 port, and on the sassafras.
Okay. Which is that wire tie still on it?
On the MLI?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
It wasn't a wire tie, it was a arch small.
And Sonny, we're going to grab 2 long wire ties from the crew lock bag to help close up the MLI when we're all done here.
But I get the quarter turn fasteners first, right? Before that?
There's 10 quarter-turn fasteners. Hopefully you can get them all.
Yeah, I guess my question is, I do the quarter-turn fasteners before I do the wire tie, correct?
This is Mission Control Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. We are at about 4 hours and 45 minutes into today's spacewalk. While Butch Wilmore is off collecting microorganism samples from some of the vents of the space station, flight controllers are looking at a slightly increased battery amperage rate on Sunny Williams' suit. The suit is functioning just fine, and there are no issues as she continues to clean up the worksite where the RFG was removed.
Was my question clear?
I thought so.
One, two, three, four, five, six. Is that what I do, right? That's what you were planning on doing, all the quarter turns first?
Yeah, but you get all 10 of those quarter turns. Did you say you already got 6? That's pretty quick.
Yeah, I've got 6. On 7. Shit down a couple.
All right, there's 30 seconds with H.
Butch, I copy that's 30 seconds for H. So if that's complete, you can reinstall that and flip the caddy so you're ready to get the next steps.
From the caddy.
On the right side of your screen, you can see Butch Wilmore with the different canisters to collect those microorganism swabs. And on the left, we can see Sunny Williams' helmet camera as she cleans up the worksite from the RFG removal. 4 hours and 48 minutes into today's spacewalk. This is US EVA 92. USA EVA 92 is the third spacewalk for Expedition 72 and the second of this calendar year.
Have a red on the MLI.
Copy a red on the MLI for the event.
Remind me where how the long wire tie goes while we're taking a moment here. Carl?
Okay, so you retrieve the long wire ties and position remaining MLI strap flap through the MLI tent opening from the clamshell, and then configure the long wire ties in series, one end at the high gain antenna collar tether point and the other at the handrail tether point. So you're going to try and close the big floppy parts of the MLI together and then close it up as best you can to cover all the metal.
The wire tie ready to me. I'm taking it off from the bag.
And Butch, we have good HECA views of your sampling, and that's the outside of the vents.
The flight control team is monitoring Sunny Williams' suit and has reported normal battery amperage, meaning no issues, and things continue to proceed. With the top priority task of the RFG having been completed, the pair of spacewalkers are continuing on with their next task. We are seeing Butch Wilmore taking microorganism swabs on some of the outside areas of the airlock. Good views and good comm continue to come in between the two crew as we just passed the 4-hour and 50-minute mark of today's spacewalk.
Move that ram out of the way. Which, once you get that sample stowed, you can replace the MLI on the vent and just give us a quick view that that configuration is complete before you leave.
Okay. Please.
With this microorganism swab, Butch Wilmore has swabbed the inside vents by performing 3 circles with the swab. He's also swabbed the outside vent arms lengthwise along the vent arm, flipping the swab with each pass. He's also sampled the top of the vent around the top surface of the bolt.
Okay, Steve, I'm sorry, one more time. The red goes, the wire tie goes around the stanchion and then pulls it back this way. Is that correct? Toward the stanchion? Or does it go in the tether point of the stanchion? Remembering seeing that?
Stand by, Sonny. So, Sonny, they don't have to go around the stanchion. What we really want you to do is, because we made basically new holes by removing the RFG, we want you to close those up on the MLI. So the words tell us you want to go from one end of the high gain antenna collar tether point and the other end to the mast handrail tether point. So you hopefully get either end of the MLI and be able to crunch it up and close it up as tightly as possible with those wire ties. Does that make sense?
Sort of. I'm getting there.
Yeah, well, the best you can. Obviously, it's the best effort. We don't want to be tying the frame down to anything extra, but so if we can close the MLI onto itself, that would be ideal.
I'm heading to the CO2 vent. MLI is secure.
All right, so you're going to go forward to the lab handrail 201 to start. And when you get, it says BRT to lab handrail 216. So let me know when you get there. It's going to be canister B, and we want to make sure that you're going to be swiping areas that you have not touched yet. So be careful as you position around that CO2 vent.
Will do. All right, I'll touch nothing near it. Going for Bravo.
Okay, as you're looking at the CO2 vent, you're going to be grabbing Bravo, and you want to sample the CO2 vent using the generic swab technique, center around the vent.
Okay, let's see. A lot of good handholds over here, Butch. See why you were sort of moving around a lot.
And Butch, once you complete that sampling, you can stow it and let us know, and then we're going to translate you back to the crew lock. And Sonny, how's it going with the MLI?
Okay.
Step by step. I'm working it. Great. All right, hold on.
All right, Butch, you're heading back to the airlock aft to airlock handrail 0513.
513.
Okay. I'm trying to reach down here to figure out where I could put it around, but I remember Greer saying that it was almost too long, but it actually is not if I'm going around the stanchion handrail.
You don't have to go around the stanchion handrail at all. You should be able to stay on the MLI as much as possible.
I'm talking about the little hole too, and I'm trying to put down.
Yeah, and Sonny,
Thermal.
Sonny, as I said,
I think the big hole is taken up already.
Yeah, the ideal is to get it closed up, cover all the metal structure, keep the MLI close to the surface of the frame as possible so the robotic arm can operate it. Do you copy?
I copied. Can you see what it looks like?
We're going to turn HECA on as soon as we can, and we're going to take a look, and we'll make sure Robo's happy with it.
This is Mission Control Houston, and we are continuing to follow along on the coverage of U.S. EVA 92 featuring NASA astronauts and commander of Expedition 72, Sonny Williams, and flight engineer for Expedition 72, Butch Wilmore. We are hitting the 5-hour mark into today's spacewalk. This is again U.S. EVA 92. We can see Sonny Williams here on the screen completing the cleanup of her worksite, where the crew did remove the radio frequency group, which is an S-band antenna. This was the third attempt at removing this RFG, and the third time was the charm. It took a little bit longer, but the team did complete the removal of the RFG. Meanwhile, we see Butch Wilmore's helmet cam right over here, and he is completing the second task for this EVA, which was the microorganism swab. There are 6 swabs that are being taken place, and you can see that taking place right now, all around the vents and the airlock of the International Space Station. Now, going back for a second to the RFG, that has already been stowed in the airlock and will be returned to Earth following a cargo resupply mission return from the International Space Station. That RFG will be refurbished and then returned back to the space station at a later date. This is Mission Control Houston.
Now I'm doing B for 559.
All right, Sonny, we have your HECA back, and we see you with the bag on your BRT. If you want to turn around and take a look at the MLI, we'd appreciate that, and that'll give us a good idea.
Stand by. There's the way here.
Okay, Butch, you can open the thermal cover and BRT to the airlock circular handrail, and we want you to sample any portion of the airlock vestibule MLI that you can get to. Be canister E, if we're counting correctly.
Okay. Vestibule MLI.
We can see Sunny Williams' legs kind of dangling at the bottom part of your screen as she continues and finishes up cleaning up her RFG worksite. Once that's done, she's expected to head back to the airlock after this. This was following a slight increase in the battery amperage on Williams' suit. At this point, all is nominal and there are no concerns. This is likely to put us in the home stretch of today's EVA, US EVA 92. And once again, we are just past the 5-hour mark at 5 hours and 3 minutes and counting for today's EVA.
And just to checking the edges as best we can as you look around. So if you want to turn to your right a little bit, that will give us the last little section, and you can head back to the airlock, and we'll get you set.
To the right, like that.
Good to me.
That. Those robo guys are picking.
They are.
They're pretty awesome. Today was great, you guys.
Great. So if you pick up that bag and you can head up back and join Butch at the airlock. And Butch, let me know where you are in your sampling with canister Echo.
I am just now got the thermal cover open.
Got it. So for Echo, we want you to do any portion of the airlock vestibule MLI.
Okay,
And I bet you can report the location.
I'm going to do it just like Doug showed me, right on this forward side.
All right, that sounds good. And once you get Echo done, we can go to Foxtrot after that. Then on the Foxtrot one, we want you to get the inner surface, avoiding the stiffeners.
Avoiding the stiffeners.
All right, Butch, I see you.
Great.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good. Good.
Good buddy checks there between the crew.
And Sonny, just to get the words on tape, can you verify that you're clear of the arm?
I am absolutely clear of the arm.
Putting that in motion, and you're going to catch up to Butch here. He's going to finish those last two samples, and then we're going to have everybody head inside.
And we just heard confirmation from Ground IV.
Actually, just one more time.
Ground IV once again is Stephen Bowen, NASA astronaut.
Sounds good to me.
Sunny Williams will continue to complete the cleanup of the RFG worksite and head back to the airlock after this. Meanwhile, Butch Wilmore will collect the last two swabs for the microorganisms task and also head back to the airlock.
When you guys get in there.
We'll see how that goes.
And Butch, how are your samples coming?
I'm sorry you didn't get to do the E.
I'm almost getting F ready. I'm opening it up now.
Okay, can you give us a quick description of where on the cover you got E, and then we'll get a quick description where you're going to get F. F, it's supposed to be the inner surface.
F was on the MLI E was on the forward side of the airlock MLI.
Copy, echo.
And F is now on the left upper side of the thermal cover.
Copy. Left upper side of the thermal cover. Okay, let me know when you've got all those stowed, and then we'll just verify all the canisters are locked in place.
They're all stowed. Canisters are all locked in place.
Okay, with that completed, you can ingress the airlock and stow the microorganism caddy.
I don't think I can get in with this thing on here, so if you take it off and let it lead me in.
Yeah, Butch.
I'm going to give you the crew lock bag also, by the way.
You hand it in once I get in.
You get in after you get in.
Butch and Sonny, once you guys get that, once Butch gets inside, if you guys want to get the, or Butch, once you can stow the microorganism caddy and the crew lock bag, and then we'll be in a good config for both of you to get inside.
You push my feet down. Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are currently in orbital nighttime as the crew continues to wrap up their tasks and head back to the airlock concluding today's EVA. We will keep you posted on how that coverage is going. We are at 5 hours and 10 minutes into today's spacewalk.
So once you get the microorganism caddy stowed and the crew lock bag stowed, we'll be picking up with getting Sunny inside.
Almost there.
And that's NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore headed back to the airlock with the crew lock bag and the microorganisms caddy, while Sunny Williams is right behind him.
That will be my load path through you.
Sounds good.
It's locked black on black with test. My waist tether is locked black on black, connected to his safety tether. It's a good load path through him. I'm going to disconnect my safety tether, put it on my mini workstation.
And Sunny, you have a good config, and you have a go to disconnect your safety tether. Airlock.
And what? Disconnected to my mini workstation only now. Which, when you have a chance, I will give you the crew lock bag.
Bring it on.
Keep my key off of it. Tethered.
If you are just joining us, this is Mission Control Houston here at NASA's Johnson Space Center. We are in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, and we are seeing views of the Quest airlock.
You can take one of those tethers.
At 5 hours and 12 minutes into today's EVA, that is NASA astronaut Sunny Williams, who is getting ready to get back inside after having completed the cleanup of the RFG worksite.
Tethered to it.
All right. Tethered to it, so then this off of there. Big one. Big one.
Are you done?
I'm done. Get myself squared away here. All right.
Wait just a second. Okay.
I'm ready to get in.
Come on in.
All right, let's try this.
Let's see if we can do it.
Feet are going to be coming in.
Yep. I'm looking for it. I'm forward.
And we can see here the crew getting back into the airlock as we near the end of US EVA 92.
Butch and Sunny, as you're doing this, when you get a chance, let me know when you turned your heckers off.
Preventing me from getting in.
JC, you got to bring your feet now. Yep. Towards the hatch.
Right?
Yeah, you need to come forward as well. I think your back is catching. And bring your feet forward. Feet forward.
Crew is continuing to ingress into the airlock as they begin repressurization.
All right, now then, see if you can come up.
All right, let's stand by. I need to get the thermal cover. Second.
And that door is getting closed.
Okay, Sunny.
Take your time.
Mine got back open.
Yeah, stand by.
We'll come back to you.
Yeah, done.
Yeah, sometimes you might be able to get your mini workstation in effect or on one of the loops on the center of the thing.
There we go.
All right, release the hook from the stowage tether point and attach the hook to the magnetic plate D-ring. Yes, let me know when you both get the heckers off.
All right, connected to the D-ring. I am taking it all the way. Magnet is stuck. My Hecka is OFF82 Hecka off.
All right, EV1 and 2, the heckers are off, and then Sonny, you can cinch that strap until snug. Should be 6 lines visible.
I cinched it and it's snug. 6 lines are showing. I have the key card.
And the thermal hatch cover was closed at 5 hours and 15 minutes into today's spacewalk. We are now at 5 hours and 17 minutes into today's spacewalk, where we see the interior of the space station. You can see NASA astronaut Don Pettit in there, beginning the procedures for repress. And if you look at the hatch door closely, there is a window in the center, and we can see some movement going on back there. That is the crew that has entered or ingressed back into the space station, concluding today's EVA. That official concluding time will be shared once the suits are back on station power.
All over the place.
Yes.
Apologies for that. A quick correction. The end of the spacewalk is actually when the repress begins, not when the suits are back on station power.
EV2 SCU connected and locked.
EV1 SCU connected and locked.
Okay, that's outstanding. All right, so we are ready. To switch water off, and we got a 2-minute timer from there.
Ready? EV1 water is coming.
EV2 water's off.
EV1 water's off.
Copy, both waters off, and we have a 2-minute wait here for your words.
On your screen right there in front of you, you can see NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Don Pettit as they begin the procedures for repressurization.
That we don't always get to do in real life, and we do it a lot in the pool. The team has just been incredible that we've got the opportunity to work with. And I know we were not the first, we weren't even the second crew to do this, but somehow with all of their great work, we were able to get it done. Specifically, Rebecca, thanks for being here for all of this. Been back from vacation to do it with us. Elias, thank you so much for filling in. If maybe getting it done if Rebecca didn't get back in time. And of course for the EVA team, Sandy, Miranda, Emma, Jenna, Bailey, and even Steven. So thank you so much for treating me and Butch. I'd say a big thank you to David, Barrett, and Mark Wolfley. And the Robo team, Jason, you're pretty awesome. Thanks for getting this all done. The ride on the arm was incredible. Miranda, thank you so much. I know you get mixed up with the other Miranda, but we love you, so thank you. Hey, Ray, thank you also. For this FRG engineering people, Penny Roberts, Sonny Quatra, Dominic LeBron, and that wrench that Butch got to use today, Drew, thank you so much. And one last thing here, Linda Pope and Dave Williams, thank you for all your training. I know there's a ton of other robotics folks who have had us along the way, but you guys are came through at the end here, so thank you so much. And we are so happy that the RFG is in the airlock with us. Just got to believe.
And Sonny, we
Really
are
well said, Sonny. I'll say this is probably the most involved spacewalk at probably every discipline in the ISS program. We're sweating as much as Sonny and I were. So fantastic job coming up with the next plan, and it worked. So outstanding.
Awesome.
appreciate those outstanding words. Thank you very much. You're the fifth crew, I think, to attempt this, so congratulations. And it's good to have your friend in there, and it's great to see. We'll get this airlock hatch closed here in a minute or two. And you guys did incredible out there today, overcome a lot of little things along the way, and greatly appreciate all your efforts, obviously. And fantastic job. It's great working with you today, as usual.
Thank you, Steve. Fantastic job, Steve. Yeah. I love your calming submariner bubblehead voice.
Let's go, Navy.
We just heard some great words from both crew, Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore, as we start kicking off the repress procedure. As a reminder, earlier in the spacewalk at exactly at about 10:24 a.m. Central Time, Sunny Williams surpassed former NASA astronaut Peggy Whitson's aggregate record of EVA hours.
You can do it. Plenty of room down here if you need to move. One more. So I want to recenter and help you.
As I was saying, Sunny Williams surpassed former NASA astronaut Peggy Whitson's aggregate record of EVA hours by a female astronaut. Whitson is currently sits at 60 hours and 21 minutes of aggregate EVA time, and Williams surpassed that at 10:24 a.m. Central Time today. Sunny Williams has now 9 spacewalks completed after today's EVA, while Peggy Whitson still has 10 under her belt.
Nicely done.
All right, copy. The airlock hatch is closed and locked. I am very happy to hear that. So I'm picking up in the repress cue card, and I'm going to do the idiot checks right now. Double check your SCUs connected to DCM.
And we just heard confirmation from ground IV that the hatch door has been closed and locked, and we are going to begin pre-repress procedures.
Okay, Butch, double check the oxygen EMU 1 and 2 valves are open.
They're both open.
All right, with that, switch power EV1 and 2 switches to on, and give me the LEDs and the voltage.
All right, EV1 and EV2 power are on. EMU LEDs are on both. EV1 volts 18.6, EV2 volts 18.6.
All right, we're about to switch over to the SCU. Again, thank you very much for working with you today. Really appreciated the opportunity. And with that, you can switch your power to SCU and expect a warning tone.
All right, thank you, Steve.
Great. Procedures continue to press ahead.
EV2 SCU. I'll restart the backlight.
Now for repress, we will be going from the vacuum of space, or going from vacuum up to 14 psi. That procedure was done in an opposite fashion for depress, which took place at the beginning of today's EVA.
Out of the airlock and get them out of the suits now. Okay, EV1, EV2, O2 actuators to press.
Good work.
And verify O2 position press on the display.
EV1, O2 press.
EV2, O2 press.
Okay, EV1, verify EV hatch MPEV closed.
EV hatch MPEV is closed.
And we are going to start repressing the airlock with throttle going to norm.
Roger.
Houston station on 1, it's 1810 for the GMT.
Houston copies.
Sonny.
Oh. Am I in the way?
No, flip down. GoPro, can you grab it?
Where is it?
Right here. Probably can't reach it.
Hold on.
You can probably take it a little bit. Out at your face.
Oh.
It's on.
Oh.
I think you've got it sideways. That's okay, though.
Oh, upside down. Yeah. Oh. Thank you.
Yep.
This is Mission Control Houston, and we just heard a couple of call outs. Today's EVA officially concluded at 12:09 p.m. Central Time, with a total elapsed time of 5 hours and 26 minutes. We will continue to monitor repress
and
procedures.
EV2, we're passing 1 PSI for 2 PSI. You can expect an alert tone at 4 PSI.
Copy that. Thank you.
And we're going to be holding at 5 for leak check.
No flakes, by the way, guys. And I can't see if it's condensating. My vantage point.
Copy. No flakes and no condensate, and we're looking at the RF group, and we also see no flake, no sign of external damage at all, and no condensate.
It's a helmet, glowing helmet dent in a small antenna.
Just that small little dent.
I should use some of that paint to paint my pickup truck when I get back.
Yeah,
There you go. Nice job, Butch.
Tell you.
It was fun.
I don't know about fun. It was certainly unique.
It was unique. I didn't think that pry bar was going to do anything when I was on
Well,
it.
you know, it was moving, so I just jiggle. Yeah, when it came loose. Yeah, I have no idea what was holding it, though.
I don't know. Yeah.
We might have a few washer souvenirs.
I have a ton of them.
I got 5 wedges.
There you go. That was like, what do you call it? Active thoughts. That was.
The good Lord was with us, no doubt.
Yeah, it was like, washer.
Yeah.
Nut, washer.
The EV1, EV2, we're passing 3.5 PSI, expect tone of 4.
One copy.
EV2.
If you're just joining us, this is Mission Control Houston. We just concluded our EVA at 12:09 p.m. Central Time for an EVA lasting a total of 5 hours and 26 minutes with NASA astronauts Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore. We will be back momentarily with additional statistics with regards to today's EVA.
I knew we were missing time, so I was just trying to get it done.
Yeah. Well, we made Nick and Don work.
Yeah.
Everything was going so swimmingly. I thought, oh man, it would be great if we just pull this thing off right away.
Yeah.
That's okay. Went back and got her done. don't know what's up with those.
And we're stop and repress at 5, and we're going to wait for 2 minutes for pressure stabilization.
Roger.
TV2.
Think I can get out without having to move that FG? I'll slide into your place. Maybe. We'll see.
Look at these wedges.
Yeah.
What I was theorizing is it's got a little bitty lip, it looks like, on the edge of all those wedges.
Yeah.
And as we were trying to loosen it,
Yeah.
at least one of them would catch and the other be free. And that's why I just started jiggling, and maybe we could just hit a cycle where they all were free, and I think that's what happened.
Yeah. Yeah. It's good. Awesome.
I'll put all these washers and maybe it's at 7, maybe 8, 7.
We are back here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. Some quick stats for you following today's spacewalk. Sunny Williams is now the 4th of all time, but this was the 274th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. This was the 2nd spacewalk out of the station this year and the 3rd spacewalk during Expedition 72. This is the 9th spacewalk for Sunny Williams, who currently stands at 62 hours and 6 minutes, the most ever aggregate total hours of a spacewalk for a female astronaut. Sunny Williams, as I just mentioned, is now 4th on the all-time list of all spacewalks ever conducted
EV1, EV2,
for EVA time.
We have a good leak check.
This is the 5th spacewalk for Butch Wilmore, who now sits at 31 hours and 2 minutes of aggregate EVA time.
And EV1, EV2.
Of the 274 EVAs for station, the total number of aggregate hours for an EVA are 1,734 hours and 39 minutes. Now, if we break that out, that's the equivalent of 72 days, 6 hours, and 39 minutes of aggregate EVA time for station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. We are continuing to stand by as the repress procedures continue in the Quest airlock of the International Space Station.
EV2, O2, 5 IV.
EV1, O2 position IV. And Houston, my TCV is at 6.
Copy that, and TCV is at 6 for EV1. We're going to repress rest of the way and expect the normal alert tones.
Roger.
At Houston Station, We're airlock on step 1. We see no thermal paint, no condensation through the crew lock hatch window.
We copy, Don. Thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston. You are looking live at the Quest airlock where NASA astronauts Don Pettit and Nick Hague are continuing through the repressurization procedures to bring Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore back into the space station crew lock. Sorry, equipment lock.
That's so funny. Well, I appreciate it because that crew lock bag was bad enough as it is.
No, I know.
Putting it all together, I was like, oh.
I know. And oh my goodness, no place to VRT. I'm just holding on with my fingernails everywhere. Oh my goodness.
I saw you, and then I had to do it when I was doing the MLI. I was like, oh, I feel for you, brother.
You put that wire on it?
Yeah. Got it.
Good job.
Yep.
Those crowbars are about a half-inch too long for that bag.
Yeah.
It's so hard to get it. Stretch the bag to get them out.
Get them out, yeah.
So now we only got one to worry about. The other one's outside.
Yep. Yeah, thanks for getting my get ahead. I like it.
Yeah, we did get a get ahead, didn't we?
Yep.
About that.
That worked.
Houston Station on 1. When we get the hatch open, we're hoping you can do step 4.
Yep, copy that, Don. We'll work step 4 once the hatch opens. Don, looking ahead just a little bit, since there's no flaking or condensate, step 6 and post-DVA is not required.
Hey, what about the anti-static wrist tether for handling the RF group?
Don, good question on the static wrist tether. When you're handling the RFG, you will need to have that on.
That I'm all anti-static tethered up, and I'll be ferreting the RF group out of the way while Nick gets EV crew out of the airlock.
I didn't even know you there.
What's that?
Houston copies.
Hey, can you undo my waist tether, Sonny?
Yes.
He's just undoing this side. That's all right. This goes with the microorganisms on that tether. You don't have to do it now, of course. Hey, you guys were studs for that arm today.
And we can see that hatch door has opened and the crew are getting back inside the equipment loft of the International Space Station. Nick Hague in the front of our screen here is helping to remove the safer units off the first suit. And the astronaut in the suit in front of us right now is NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore, with Sonny Williams following slowly behind him as soon as that safer unit has been removed. Wilmore's suit being attached to the brackets of the equipment lock, and the safer unit in Don Pettit's hands. We can see Sonny Williams' legs dangling into the screen, and the little device kind of on top of her and going to the right is the RFG that was removed during today's EVA. So NASA astronaut Nick Hague is working to get things in order to bring Williams back inside and remove her safer unit. And we can see Sonny Williams' a safer unit being removed by the two crew. We have a little bit of a bird's eye view here coming into you from the equipment lock, where we see the safer unit off of Williams' suit removed.
Airlock Houston on 1 for a couple requests.
I'm with you. Will, what's up?
Hey, Nick, can you readjust the Node 1 camera for us? We'd like a slightly better view, and also check your wrists.
A really great view coming in right now from the equipment lock of the Quest module aboard the International Space Station. In the center of your screen, you see NASA astronaut Nick Hague, who is helping the crew doff their spacesuits, or eventually doff their spacesuits, but we're going through the various procedures. Both crew have had their safer units removed, and both crew's suits have been attached to the wall brackets in the equipment lock. Work continues to press ahead. We just saw the removal of the mini workstation. And for awareness, we have Sunny Williams on the right side of your screen, and she is the crew member wearing the suit with the red stripes. And Butch Wilmore is on the left side of your screen wearing the suit with no markings. We are looking at live views from the equipment lock of the Quest module aboard the International Space Station, with Nick Hague currently taking off Butch Wilmore's helmet. Just as a reminder, the EVA did conclude today at 12:09 p.m. Central Time, lasting at 5 hours and 26 minutes. The repressurization took place in the Quest airlock, where Williams and Wilmore are currently sitting. You can see them on the right and left side of your screens. Today's tasks included the removal of the RFG, and Wilmore also took microbial swabs around the exterior of the Quest airlock. Those swabs will then be returned to Earth on a future mission for analysis by the science community. Again, thank you so much for joining us today as we followed US EVA 92. This was the 274th spacewalk in support of the International Space Station's assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. With the crew's helmets now off, that will wrap today's coverage. This is Mission Control Houston.
You're looking at a live view of 8:34 p.m. Eastern Standard Time from the Space Center in Florida. Thanks for logging in for the SpainSat NG-1 mission, SpaceX's 13th mission of the year. I'm John Innsbrucker, and I'm the Principal Integration Engineer for Falcon here at SpaceX in Hawthorne, California. Today we are launching the SpainSat NG-1 satellite to a geostationary transfer orbit on behalf of our customer, ISDASat. ISDASat is a government satellite operator and services provider operating secure communication satellites, synthetic aperture Earth observation satellites, and maritime monitoring. ISDASat has provided Earth observation services with radar technology through the PATH satellite, which SpaceX launched on a Falcon 9 back in 2018. SpainSat NG is a new program developed by ISDASat to improve the secure satellite communications and defense capabilities of the Spanish government, its allies, and international organizations, including the European Union's GovSatcom and NATO. SpainSat will cover an extensive area that ranges from the United States and South America to the Middle East, Africa, and Europe, reaching as far as Singapore. Now we're currently at T-minus 11 minutes 25 seconds and counting. We're looking good for an on-time liftoff. However, if for any reason we are unable to launch today, a backup opportunity is available tomorrow at the same time. But the good news is Falcon 9 is healthy. The range is ready to support. The weather's been good all day and continues to look outstanding. We're not tracking any concerns for launch in just over 11 minutes. And with that, let's take a look at today's Falcon 9. The two-stage Falcon 9 you can see on your screen with its payload fairing is 70 meters or 229 feet tall. When it's fully loaded, it'll hold just over 1 million pounds of propellant, which the vehicle will burn through in less than 3 minutes after liftoff. Propellant loading did begin on time at T-minus 35 minutes this evening. The second stage fuel tank is fully loaded. The first stage fuel tank loading will complete at T-minus 6 minutes. Liquid oxygen loading is underway on both stages. Now our payload today is safely enclosed inside of the 17-foot diameter payload fairing, which is a structure called out at the very top of the graphic. It's made of a carbon composite material, and the two sides of the fairing form a clamshell around the satellite to protect it during ascent. Now the fairing halves are then separated at about 3 minutes and 40 seconds into today's flight. They'll be recovered from the ocean for reuse. Now the fairing halves supporting today's mission are flight proven. One half is flying for its 8th time. The other half is flying for its 5th time. Now below the payload fairing, you can see the second stage. That's the part of the rocket that will take our payload to its destination orbit today. The second stage will ignite its single Merlin vacuum engine, or MVAC for short, at 2 minutes 50 seconds into flight. It'll relight a second time before we deploy the satellite. Below the second stage, you can see on the graphic the first stage. And it starts with the black inner stage, which is part of the first stage booster. The carbon fiber inner stage is that distinct black color. That's the thermal protection system on the outside of the inner stage. Now at the bottom of the first stage are the 9 Merlin engines. You can't see them in this view, but they are obviously at the bottom of the first stage, and they'll propel Falcon 9 off the ground up to the thinner parts of Earth's atmosphere. Now the first stage is designed to be reflown with minimal refurbishment between flights, with today marking the 21st flight for this particular booster. However, due to the performance required for today's mission, this will be the final flight for this Falcon 9 first stage. During its 21 missions, this single first stage has launched a lunar lander to the moon, critical supplies and research to the International Space Station, over 400 Starlink satellites to orbit, and much more since its first launch in May 2022. Finally, alongside the vehicle, the large truss structure you see, that's part of the transporter erector, what we call the TE. We use the TE both to roll the rocket out to the pad and then to raise it to its vertical launch position. At liftoff, it will retract in order to clear the way for Falcon 9's ascent. Now, while the countdown continues coming up on T-minus 8 minutes, let's find more about the satellite we're delivering to orbit today, SpainSat NG-1.
The SpainSat-NG program will provide a sovereign, secure communications capability for government missions, with 2 new generation satellites based on Airbus's Eurostar Neo platform, which is developed under the European Space Agency's partnership projects. The SpainSat-NG program is under the responsibility of EST.
EST is an international service provider of X and military Ka-band for government and military applications. Our role in the program SpaceSat-NG is to be the customer of the full program, including the space and ground segment, the launch, and the operation and exploitation of the satellite during 15 years lifetime.
What's unique about the SpainSat-NG program is the PASIS 3 funding partnership model.
PASIS 3 is a financial scheme to develop the most innovative elements of the SpainSat-NG payload with the support of the Center for Technological and Industrial Development, CDTI, in a framework of a private-public partnership between the European Space Agency and EST as an operator of the sat.
The most innovative element of the payload is the X-band active antenna system, comprising both receive and transmit antennas.
Something as complex as the DRA's antenna in X-band, an active antenna that can move the beams electronically and can configure the beam electronically without any movement, is what makes this satellite the most advanced one in Europe today.
These active antennas are at the cutting edge of new technology, with beam hopping and geolocation capabilities enabling artificial intelligence, big data, and the Internet of Things on the ground. The antennas are being developed by Airbus, which is leading a consortium of 5 Spanish space companies.
The active antennas are already in production. Actually, they are in the assembly, integration, and test phase. That is the last phase before delivery of the antenna. It's done in Barajas site in Airbus Defense Space in Spain, and it will be delivered to Toulouse.
For SpainSat NG1, the mating between the communication module and the service module has taken place in Airbus facilities in Toulouse. This was the first step of the final satellite AIT phase.
The SpainSat-NG program has been a very good example of institutional and industrial collaboration. In the industrial part, it has been a very good collaboration between the 2 main industries in Europe, being Airbus and Thales Alenia Space, including all the Spanish industries in this important program.
Airbus works to safeguard Europe's citizens and strategic autonomy. Through SpainSat-NG, it will provide secure, resilient and flexible communications for those who keep us safe.
T-minus 4 minutes, 26 seconds and counting. We've just heard the call out, strong back lower has begun. It's actually a sequence that'll start with the clamp arms beginning to open. You'll see those right now in the monitor. You can see the arms are on the top of the second stage. We open those in preparation for the strong back pulling away from the rocket. And you can see the arms coming open now. Next up will be retract of the strong back. Now the transport erector we talked about has 2 components, the strong back that runs alongside the Falcon 9 and a launch mount underneath. The launch mount under the Falcon 9 has the 4 hold downs that release at T0. The strong back along the side is hinged to the launch mount, and it will rotate right now about 2 degrees away from the vehicle, and you can just start to see that motion beginning. Now at liftoff, the strong back will then move to a position 45 degrees away from the Falcon, and that clears the way for launch of the launch vehicle. Completing the recline. Now at this point in the countdown, both the first and second stages are nearly fully loaded with 1 million pounds of the kerosene fuel and liquid oxygen. First stage loading should complete here momentarily. We're waiting for the call out. And then about a minute later, second stage of liquid oxygen loading should complete. Now the white clouds.
Stage 1 LOX load is complete.
Stage 1 LOX load complete. We're on time. We're down to one more tank to finish loading. Stage 2 LOX. The white clouds that you're seeing around the vehicle, they're formed as the chilled gas vents overboard to maintain pressure in the tanks as needed. Current temperature at the launch site's a balmy 63 Fahrenheit, 17 Celsius. And when the gas meets that warm Florida air, it condenses the moisture in the air and it forms those clouds. As we wait for T-minus 2 minutes and the start of the second stage LOX closeout, a few more things that'll happen in the last part of the countdown. At T-minus 60 seconds, Falcon 9 will be in startup. That means the rocket's autonomous internal flight computers have taken over the launch countdown. There are computers on both the first and second stages.
Stage 2 LOX load is complete.
LOX load complete on second stage. That means the 1,000,000 pounds propellant is completely loaded now on both the first and the second stages. Next major activity is going to come up at T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds. That's going to be the ground gas closeouts. We'll begin venting pressures in the strongback overboard. Make sure everything is drained in preparation for launch.
Gas launch closeouts has started.
There we go. The gas closeouts have begun. Next major event will be T-minus 1 minute. As I mentioned, the Falcon flight computers will go into startup. One comment, I mentioned there were flight computers on both stages. During ascent, the second stage flight computer is the master. As we count down at T-minus 2 seconds, we'll begin the Merlin 1D engine ignition sequence. The flight computers will command the hold downs to release at T0.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
Falcon 9's gone into startup. The flight computers are now controlling the launch vehicle. Falcon 9's looking good. SpainSat is ready to go. Falcon 9 team's working no issues. The weather is excellent. The range is ready.
Launch director, go for launch.
And the launch directors go for launch. Let's listen in to the flight of SpainSat NG-1.
T-minus 30. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition, liftoff. Go SpaceX, go SpaceSat NG-1.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
T plus 30 seconds, Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from Complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center. We can hear the characteristic rumble as the first stage heads into space. We're throttling down right now in preparation
Power and telemetry nominal.
for max Q. Good call out, power and telemetry nominal, reports avionics.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
And we have throttled back up to power.
Max Q.
And we've heard the max Q call out. Continuing on the timeline, everything looking good. The rocket typically will need to go 17,000 miles per hour horizontally in order to get into orbit and avoid being pulled back down to Earth. To help go from vertical to horizontal, the first stage performed a pitch kick just after liftoff, about 10 seconds into flight, or what's also known as a gravity turn. The engines gimbal a small amount, and that slowly turns the first stage from going straight up to going horizontal with the help of gravity, and eventually we will be roughly horizontal to Earth as we achieve orbit. Now you can track the progress to orbit by keeping an eye on the left side of your display. That's showing the first stage velocity and altitude, and then we'll have displays for the second stage as we get past stage separation. Now we're going to have coming up in about 30 seconds the start of the typical 3 quick events. Main engine cutoff, or MECO, you'll hear the call out. We'll shut down the 9 Merlin engines on the first stage. The pneumatic system, the stage separation pushers, will then push the first stage away from the second stage for stage separation, and the MVAC-D engine will ignite, and then fairing separation. For now, let's listen and watch for the events.
Main engine cutoff.
Stage separation confirmed.
MVAC ignition.
And there you heard and saw those events that happened back to back to back. We had main engine cutoff, stage sep, and second stage engine start number 1, SES1. Right-hand side, you can see the altitude and the velocity of the second stage. So far, I want to remind folks who might be waiting for it, as we talked about earlier in the webcast, the first stage will not be recovered today. You may have noticed that we removed the landing legs and the grid fins to decrease the mass of the stage. That'll provide the performance needed to put the 6 metric ton spacecraft into orbit. The legs and fins can be used on other boosters. But now we want to say to the first stage,
Fairing separation confirmed.
Fairing separation on time. And for first stage that is on its way back to Earth, not for recovery, farewell, and we thank you. Now the fairing halves that you just saw separate from around the Spainsat NG-1 spacecraft, we'll be attempting to retrieve those halves once they fall back to Earth using our recovery vessel Bob. Now the fairings will orient themselves as they come back down with gas thrusters for entry into the atmosphere, and as they near the ocean, each fairing half uses a gas-powered deployer to release a parachute. The fairing computer will send commands that steer the fairings to the ocean landing, where the recovery vessel Bob will attempt to recover them. Now we've got a few minutes until our next major event, SECO-1, which is where we'll shut down our MVAC-D engine on the second stage in the parking orbit.
Stage 1 FTS has saved.
Coming up on 5 minutes, everything continuing to look good. You can see the orange-red glow of the niobium alloy nozzle extension on the second stage engine. Very standard for the MVAC-D engine. Five minutes, everything continues to look well, look good. Now you'll notice the speed continuing to increase on the display for stage 2. That speed is obviously increasing. That's because the acceleration is going to increase throughout the burn. The thrust of the MVAC-D engine, just over 220,000 pounds of thrust in vacuum, stays constant during the burn. But as we burn off the propellant, the mass is decreasing. And so for those who remember force equal mass times acceleration, if the force is constant but the mass decreases, the acceleration is going to increase. For this first burn, the stack will be doing about 3.8 G's acceleration as we get to SECO-1. T plus 6 minutes, continuing to look good on the second stage. Spainsat NG-1 attached to the top of the second stage. We'll see some views from the forward-looking camera.
Vehicles on a nominal trajectory.
A little later on. The GNC, the Guidance, Navigation, and Control Engineer, calling out the nominal trajectory for the stage. Six and a half minutes into flight, continuing to look good on the burn. Next major event's going to come up a little bit after 7 minutes. We should hear a call out of terminal guidance on the second stage as we begin to get ready for shutdown at T plus 8 minutes and 1 second.
Stage 2 is in terminal guidance.
There's the call out from GNC. Second stage flight computer is now moving into a state where it's preparing for that second stage engine cutoff. We're calculating the velocity required to get to orbit. You have to understand how fast you're going horizontally as well as away from the Earth. And then we have to come up with the commands that are going to go to the actuators so that we can command pitch and yaw to make sure that the second stage aims itself, so to speak, to achieve the desired orbital parameter. Now, final velocity for this first burn is aimed for about 7.5 kilometers per second. That's going to be just under that 17,000 mile an hour figure we need for a low Earth parking orbit. And 7.5 kilometers per second, that is the rule of thumb for the velocity you need to get into an Earth orbit when you're launching eastwardly, for example, out of Kennedy. Shutdown of the MVAC, we're going to wait for guidance to tell us how the orbit looks.
Nominal orbit insertion.
And confirmation, nominal orbit insertion. We're through second stage engine cutoff number 1, SECA 1. We're right where we want to be in orbit. Now, the second stage, and we've got another nice view looking forward from the payload attach fitting up at SpainSat NG1. We'll have more views as we go through the webcast, but for now, we're embarking on a coast phase on the second stage, spacecraft still attached. Following this coast, we will relight the MVAC engine for a second time. That's going to happen around T plus 26.5 minute mark. And then about 4.5 minutes after that, at T plus 31 minutes, we will actually get to spacecraft separation. For that, we're going to halt the live commentary for a while. We'll be back in about 16 minutes at T plus 25, but we'll leave you with the visuals from space. orbit. A quick recap, we had an on-time liftoff at 8:34 p.m. Eastern Standard Time from 39A at Kennedy Space Center. Successful first stage shutdown, stage separation. We had a good burn on the second stage engine. We also had the fairing separation that we saw. Fairing halves back to the ocean right now, where they'll be recovered. One fairing half, that was its 8th flight. The other one was its 5th flight. We also then got into the desired orbit, and that's where we are right now, finishing up a coast phase, and we're just about 35 seconds away from relight of the MVAC engine for the second time, and that'll propel the stack into the desired geostationary transfer orbit. Waiting right now for the last seconds as the flight computer counts down to the ignition of the engine. Ignition of the MVAC-D engine. Now this burn's going to last about 67 seconds. That's typical for a geostationary mission. If you're watching the speed gauge on the right-hand side of the display, you're going to see that we're going to add about 2,500 meters per second to the velocity of the second stage, which is still carrying the SpainSat NG-1 payload on top. Now during this burn, as we continue burning off the remainder of the propellant, the acceleration will reach 4.8 G at the end of the burn. This is about 1 G more acceleration than we had on the first burn of the second stage when we had a lot more propellant on board. Engine now throttling down, decreasing the loads on the spacecraft as we're coming up, and we have SECO 2.
Nominal orbit insertion.
And there's the big call out for the day, nominal orbit insertion. Second stage in its second burn has put the spacecraft onto the desired trajectory. You can see right now 400 kilometers, 440 kilometers in altitude. We're headed to an orbit much higher than that. Next up, we're going to have separation of the second stage, of the SpainSat NG-1 spacecraft. We've got a couple of minutes before that happens. We'll come back with live commentary at about T plus 30 minutes. primary position at 30 degrees west longitude later this year. And the SpainSat satellites will replace the existing SpainSat launched in 2006 and the XTAR EUR launched in 2005. The view right now looking up from the camera on the second stage mounted on the payload attached fitting. You're looking at the bottom of SpainSat NG1. And we're waiting for payload deploy.
SpainSat NG1 deploy confirmed.
Avionics engineer calling out successful deploy. You can see it on the screen. Springs pushing the second stage and the SpainSat NG1 spacecraft away from each other. And with that successful deploy of SpainSat NG1 satellite, it begins its journey to its final destination. With that, that's going to wrap up our coverage for today. All of us at SpaceX want to give a big thank you to our customer ISDASat. We also want to give a shout out to the Eastern Range Kennedy Space Center and the Federal Aviation Administration for supporting today's launch. And as always, thanks to all our viewers for logging on and your continued support. Be sure to follow us using @SpaceX on X for mission updates. I'm John Innsbrucker. We'll see you again soon.